it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
niggas know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so move dumb. Peace and love turned to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You crank that volume, turn it way up.
guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so move dumb. Peace and love turned to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games.
You crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
fly. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show on, move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to light your fire once more on this fantastic and rainy Saturday because it's the FreeFire SEA Invitational, day 2 of the group stage. My name is Husky and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ once more. And I gotta say, AJ, it's pretty weird that I'm saying day 2 of the group stage, but new format, that is what I love.
Amen, I love that too. Now, I don't know if it's raining in your side, but it is pouring down here. We are feeling the cold, but we want to warm ourselves up, and I do not know a better way than to just immerse ourselves in all of these games, man. I mean, yesterday was off the charts. It was.
Oh, yes.
Back-to-back 6 games, every single match was on fire, and I expect the exact same today because 4 out of 6 hardest hitters from day 1 are playing in day 2.
Absolutely. Yesterday set a very, very high bar to clear.
Yep.
Today we introduced Group C into the mix. 6 more new teams that we didn't get to see yesterday will take on center stage, which means Group A, they get to take a break. That includes our world champions. No Evil's Phoenix. We are going to be able to take a back seat from these guys, just giving away 4 rounds and coming back swinging in the last 2.
One main storyline I'm looking forward to today is to see if or not anybody from Group B can take away that #1 spot from First Raiders by the end of the day. They were the only team to exceed 100 points yesterday, and it looks like the consistency will continue in here today as well. This is the map's schedule, and it is the exact same as what you watched yesterday. We start things off at Bermuda, we hop on into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine will be match number 3, Next Jara Game 4. We hit that reset, bring us back into Bermuda for Game 5, and Game 6 is a mystery map. We do not know exactly where we will go. It will be chosen absolutely absolutely randomly after game number 5 has concluded.
Yeah, my favorite part of every single day is game number 6. Russian roulette, spin the wheel, and that really puts all these teams on edge. They get some extra time by the end of game 5 to prep for this last map, but it also really tests how good these teams are in adapting to situations that you don't really know what the circumstances will be until the very end. You said you want to see if any teams can overtake First Raiders.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see if the teams from Group B can bounce back from yesterday. We had teams like Vasto Mundo and E-Arena who had a very, very underwhelming day 1. Well, today is a good chance for them to kind of recover from yesterday's blunder.
Well, let's see if or not they can do exactly that, right? Because E-Arena sure as hell ran their mouths, but unfortunately things just did not go their way yesterday. But maybe these guys are just a little bit of a late bloomer. Vasto Mundo, on the other hand, they were not being overconfident in some of the interview videos, but I did expect more from them looking at how they performed within the FreeFire World Series. Comparing them to some of the other teams out here, I anticipated a little bit more from them. But let's take a look at the team lineups here. This is going to be your Group B. First Raiders, Eclipse, Morph Team, E-Arena, FW Esports, P Esports, as well as Vasto Mundo. 4 out of these 6 teams were topping the charts yesterday, and they are back in here to play today as well.
And the only team in top 3 that is not playing today is Evo's Phoenix. So these guys have a chance to extend that lead, and First Raiders Eclipse have an opportunity. 6 more rounds to keep themselves in that first place. They're the only team that broke the 100 mark threshold by the end of yesterday. They had what? 4 second place finish, 1 5th place finish, and 1 booyah. That is the most consistent performance I've ever seen on a regional stage. And of all the teams, by FR.
4 out of 6 of these teams have 1 booyah each.
Oh yes?
Only Vasto Mundo as well as E-Arena do not, and unfortunately their performance has been a little underwhelming yesterday. Once again, I do understand and I agree with you, Husky. I hope to see more from them today. But this is Group C, and for the first time we will see them in action within FFSI. Genesis Dogma SF, the first seeded squad coming through from Indonesia. GRC Aphrodite, Magic Esports, SPTC Esports, Eagle Esports, as well as Expand from MCPS.
This is going to be very interesting because Group C has, for me, is the most balanced group out of all of that. I say that about Group A yesterday where it will be top heavy, but at the end of the day, it seems like Group B are the pack leaders. SPTC might be a familiar team to a lot of viewers out there that previously from HQ Esports. 4 out of 5 players were from HQ Esports. They were the winner of the Asia Championship 2 years ago, and they also placed I believe 15th on the FreeFire World Series in Bangkok. Now they're under a new banner. I'm very excited to see what SPTC has to bring to the table.
More of all of those juicy storylines will continue for you guys a little bit later on, but let's take a look and see exactly how the leaderboard has been set up. In the first spot is First Raiders Eclipse, the leaders of the overall leaderboard, as well as Group B. FW Esports sits in the second spot, and EVOS Phoenix in third place. EVOS is not going to be playing today because they are in Group A. Team Flash will not be playing as well. They're in the fourth spot. They're from Group A as well. PE Sports, as well as Morph Team, on the other hand, will be out there to dance this perfect dance. LGDS in the seventh spot, and this is a huge surprise, Husky, because we all know how LGDS has been struggling quite a bit on the international stage, but this time we see such a different flavor from them.
Yeah, you compare that to the rest of the teams that played yesterday, right? Farang and Alpha behind LGDS, Vasto Mundo in 10th place, and E-Arena at the bottom. But thankfully for both Vasto Mundo and E-Arena, they have a chance to redeem themselves today. Whereas for Farang, Alpha, these two teams, they will not be playing well alongside LGDS, who will also be taking a break.
For any of the teams within Group B, if they do have anyone from Group C exceeding their performance, topping them on the overall leaderboard, I tell you, that's going to be the biggest, heartbreak for them. And I believe it is going to kind of throw a little bit of sand in their eyes because, I mean, they've had 6 extra matches. And obviously, Vasto Mundo, E-Arena, I'm looking at you. So no matter what, even if they don't come out guns blazing today, all on fire, they cannot allow Group C to overtake them.
Yeah, we were talking behind the scenes like E-Arena, they are going to have a very long and stern debrief just to talk about what happened on day one. It's less about the smack talk, the fighting words, and more about what you expect from this team, right? This is a team that at one point beat EVOS Phoenix locally, at one point were one of the top 3 teams in the entire Southeast Asia, and right now the opening day was kind of the worst we've ever seen them perform. They have to bounce back today.
I know they will bounce back today. I think we have watched E-Arena in action so many times in the past to know exactly what they're capable of, exactly what they're made of. And I believe yesterday was just first day jitters. I think their team composition and the characters as well as the active skills that they were bringing into the match, the way they were setting things up was very, very good. It's just that luck just wasn't on their side all the time. Every single time they wanted to rotate in, they just kept coming across hurdle after hurdle, which they just could not overcome. But on day 2, I believe luck will be on their side a little bit more.
And before we delve deeper into that, we have to look at the teams head-to-head with FW Esports from Group B and SBTC Esports from Group C. Now, this is a very interesting comparison because if you look at the numbers overall, FW Esports basically crushes SBTC on all forces. Eliminations, damage, rescue, and most of all, glue wall destruction. FW Esports, they almost quadruple the amount of glue walls that they took out compared to SBTC. And that kind of lights a red flag in my head because SBTC Esports is not known to be a very defensive team. But when you look at the numbers, it really feels like they are outclassed when you compare them to FW.
I absolutely agree with you, right? And in the current meta, if you're not demolishing glue wall after glue wall, there is something wrong with your team strategy. There is something wrong with your team composition. I mean, we've got so many utilities added into the game already. We've got so many of those active and passive skills that can help you demolish those glue walls. I mean, you've got literally a glue wall melter. You should be building more of those.
And we even have Skylar, right? Riptide Rhythm with so many abilities that allow you to do so. And today we're looking at Boonjame from FW and Neo from SBTC. And once more, the numbers just do not favor Neo. And I think it's a fair comparison, right? At least on paper, Boonjame did fantastic yesterday. This is why FW is in second spot by the end of day number 1. Now, SBTC, this is their first day debuting on FFSI. I'm pretty sure the numbers will change accordingly after we see them play on the first few maps. But so far, I think FW have the upper hand. And this is a concern because Boonjame proved yesterday that he can really hold the reins.
Oh, that most definitely is the truth, right? FW can count on him. I mean, look at this guy. Look at his stats. I mean, in terms of average eliminations, nothing to shout about, but obviously topping Neo by a little bit. But the glue wall damage, the glue wall destruction out of Boonjame, this is just stellar. And it's not just about taking down your opponents sometimes. It's not just about the eliminations. It's about taking their defenses down and allowing the rest of your team members to demolish your opponents. Just like what Moshi helped his team member do yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean, Moshi was a beast of his own. Thank God we don't have to see him today because my heart cannot take it. But this is a player that I think is worth talking about, right? The glue wall, that one is off the chart. Thankfully, we have enough space to contain the statistics. But we have Liam from GRC Aphrodite, one of the newer names on the international stage. And one of the few teams that I believe debuted for the first time in a long time from Indonesia. This is not the first seed yet, because first seed is obviously Genesis, Dogma, SF. But overall, for Liam from GRC Aphrodite coming in with these stats, it feels like you can expect a lot of those supporting plays, right? You look at the characters he goes with, right? You have Steffi, you have Alvaro, you have Moko, a lot of intel gatherer, you have Otto as well. And he even brings a bit of that, explosive utility with him. So I'm excited to see if that support play is going to allow GRC Aphrodite to kind of pull ahead. Yeah,
you don't see the setup of Skylar here to have those Riptide rhythms. So it must be Beastin and all of those glue wall melters being tossed by this guy to take down glue wall after glue wall. I mean, I've never seen a stat like that, man. It's almost exceeding the screen in front of us. Top 3 players that you can look out for today is going to be the number 1 spot from Eagle Esports, EE, the one and only Queen of Nai. Crusher from the side of Wastamundo, as well as Protete out of E-Arena, Husky.
And I'm very excited to see how these 3 players play. And I want to quickly zoom in on both Crusher and Protete first. We saw them play yesterday. Crusher had some good moments, but Protete, this guy hasn't been able to come online, right? We put a lot of focus on him and August from E-Arena, but they got completely shut down on day number 1. And when you come into day 2, these 2, are outshined by this guy from Eagle Esports, Cleophany. And that can only mean one thing. Eagle Esports, the 4th seed of Vietnam, they have something up their sleeves that I think a lot of these players might not be familiar with.
I truly do believe that both the teams, Eagle Esports as well as Wastamundo, need to watch out for E-Arena. I think, once again, this team is a very capable squad. But just yesterday wasn't their day, and today will be the day where they rise up like that tsunami. AC-80, 34 times equipped yesterday. And of course, followed by the Groza and the M1014 for obvious reasons. I think the AC-80 just really helps you get that advantage in those long-range combat, especially when you are really quick with your fingers, Husky.
Oh, we seen a lot of 6 shots yesterday with the AC-80. The Groza also, I think, is a big surprise. All these mid-range fights have been dominated by Groza users, though we didn't get to catch much of that on screen. Mostly it's the M1014. We had a lot of that 1887 also. So you kind of can rotate between these two variations of shotguns, but overall the AC-80 will always be the most popular weapon.
At the end of the day, of course, it really doesn't matter exactly what you get out there. Some of the tides of battle will be decided by your movements as well as your shot calls. We saw things go the way of some of those teams. We saw things go absolutely the wrong way for some of the others. And one of the decisions yesterday, big decision made by Moshi, 1v4, just a single second that could have made the difference for him to get all 4 of those eliminations for a full squad elimination, but it was that one split-second decision making, right? But of course, teams to look out for as well as we kick things off at Bermuda is going to be PE Sports, Magic Esports, as well as Expand. PE Sports obviously in performance yesterday. They did fantastically well. They're just behind First Raiders Eclipse as well as FWE Sports. But as far as Magic Esports as well as Expand is concerned, they're not going to be too phased by that at all. Today is their debut day in FFSI, and they are going to shoot all the way to the top.
Yeah, Magic Esports, this is their first international tourney as well, debuting on the big stage against the likes of PE Sports and Expand. And I think it's a very fair assessment, right? PE Sports, they were the team that got the very first booyah yesterday to kick off FFSI. You have Expand, as always, a very proficient team on Bermuda. But in terms of consistency, I would always side with PE Sports just a bit more.
Well, let's see exactly how the winds of change will decide exactly where the booyah goes today. Is it gonna go in towards Group B or Group C? We will have to wait and see. But for the meantime, we've got a couple of Rose videos coming up for you.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna, biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan booyah.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia New Era siap juara. Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles. Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก2 สมัยครับก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับอะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดันก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับเจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ซึ่งฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนักแต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่าและศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Magic Esports, third-seeded team from Thailand, just one slot below EVOS Phoenix to qualify for this competition. They seem pretty confident with their preparation, Husky.
Honestly, today we get to see the third seed of Thailand, Magic Esports debut, right? Debuted for the first time in FFSI and debuted for the first time on an international stage. That is definitely nerve-wracking if you are the members of Magic Esports, because we saw the first, second, and fourth seed of Thailand perform yesterday, and they performed fantastic. Well, except for E-Arena, but they have 6 more rounds to turn that franchise around. But I'm very excited to see how Expand performs as well, because honestly, from that Smack Talk video, this is the most confident we have seen the boys when it comes to a video content. Now they gotta walk the talk.
I believe they will be able to walk the talk. They have been training quite a little bit, and I believe Expand has finally gotten ready to reveal exactly what their preparation is like, right? Because for the very first time, we get to understand exactly who is the coach for Team Expand. This is something I've been begging and asking for a long time. Hutomo comes through as the coach. So let's see exactly what Mr. Hutomo has got in terms of strategy planned for the Malaysians, for MCPS to rise up in terms of ranks of dominance within the world stage in itself. FW, they will be the first ones to hop right out of that flight path, which is very, very fair to everyone. Just striking down the middle of this map, Husky, opening up every single region.
And instantly you see the change of Expand in terms of drop spot, because when we look back at MCPS, Mill is definitely not the drop spot that they usually go for. They prefer the southern side a bit more, maybe towards the peak a bit. Sometimes they contest Farang. And in this case, we put a lot of emphasis on clock tower control. But at FFSI, that's not the case. In fact, right off the bat, we see a couple of that engagement. And unfortunately for FW, they're going to suffer the first blood. Gimelo will go down. So Genesis Dogma SF gets that first point.
Dels was the first one to get knocked down, but unfortunately for Gimelo, Borges was there to sort him out. And in fact, Borges almost got taken out as well. So a little unfortunate for Gimelo. We will have to see him in action in a little bit later. No doubt whatsoever he will be back because his squad is alive and kicking. RC will be able to back away for a little bit as the Mighty Eagles swoop down on him. Queen of Nai up top on the hill. He has got the bird's eye view. Pun definitely intended. As Russ continues to reposition here, gets caught out. Lee, shot after shot. This Bison's going to be able to pop him just a tad bit more, and he does manage to get his head. Isagot could have run away, but he just chose to stand outside of the window.
Tien tries to help him as well, but he's running straight into Lim. I'm not really sure if this is the best way to approach it though. Lim does have a secondary weapon to do it. He's just going to take this head on. Lim winning a 2 versus 1, and in fact, gets the third. That's the most valuable trade of all that I've seen at the start of the round. And GRC Aphrodite, they're going to clean things up very, very fast.
I am not sure what the game plan was there, but I am definitely not a fan of that decision making. And it looks like Eagle Esports will be eliminated as 18 Deer finds the one and only Dark Love. Pretty dark love being sent to them from the Eagles.
That is definitely not what I expected out of Eagle Esports. Not at the start of the round. That was, again, a bit of a questionable decision.
A bit?
Very questionable. Less questionable than what Farang did yesterday, but winning that round.
Arguable.
Arguable.
I think this one was a little bit more painful than watching Farang just, waste 2 vehicles and then bring the third guy in just to get annihilated as well, right? E-Arena comes flying on in, and it looks like SBTC is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Han has got that AK-47 in hand. Limit from up top. Looks like that car is going to be able to get that one quick shot in, and Han does go down as Protete shows up. AC-80 close quarters combat gets the headshot. This guy is built differently.
And SBTC completely pulls away. And I'm very surprised, right? E-Arena, this is what we want to see. A very aggressive team.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they were losing a lot of the fights, but this time, at least at the start of the round, they are able to make it worth their time. More team, on the other hand, engaging with PE Esports. This is something that we've seen many times yesterday. I would say PE Esports, they're just a bit cleaner in these executions. But for this particular situation, they are evicted from the bunker because they do not have enough members to contest. So Morph team, they get full control of this area.
Both single booyah holders from yesterday. Both very capable in terms of gunfights out there on the battlefield. Proved yesterday as well. But let's see exactly who's gonna have Lady Luck favor them a little bit more. Morph manages to push PE Esports out. takes over the bunker. But in the meantime, let's spot out SBTC as they continue to oh my goodness. They wanted to rotate over to find a safer haven, but they stumble upon First Raiders Eclipse, currently number 1 on the overall leaderboard, the only team to exceed 100 points on day number 1.
And today is also the debut for Pew for Morph team. Yesterday he wasn't playing, so good to let's see what he's made of. But before that, we gotta see how Arena take on Vasto Mundo. And Limit has already gotten that first knockdown. It's gonna be on Nunes. Potato getting the second for his team, and Arena definitely have reflected on yesterday's performance because Vasto Mundo were not prepared at all. Crusher is gonna bring Blazer 10 back, but that just means more points from Arena. That's 4 on the board. They're gonna look for the 5th one. Luca completely caught off guard with his back turned to the barrel of Shut Up. 5 points for E-Arena, AJ.
And Blazer 10 should be able to land far away from this land of annihilation. E-Arena, as anticipated earlier on, is playing this on a whole other level. Very happy to see them bounce right back. Today is going to be the day where we see them go all the way to the top. Neo brings hand right back in. So that's the kind of helping hand you want in a match like this. Dogma, ever so slowly, backing away, using the container as cover as Magic Esports is pushed away. They do not want an early fight. You got to respect the strats out of Magic Esports.
And no Magic Esports is playing it safe.
One down.
And when you are kind of in when you're playing for the first time, at least on a stage, you want to be able to kind of get a litmus test, right? Feel things out. Because the Mundo, unfortunately, not able to survive for any longer. 11th place finish. Still haven't broke away from Infinite's performance. FR, on the other hand, completely trapped by PE Sports. They have someone right in the front line. That guy is Don't Cry. A labyrinth of glue walls being placed by PE as the rest of them now swarming in. FR trying to evacuate this area. North caught up in the open and still wins the fight against UK. Don't Cry goes down as well. Lozzy with a good support from afar. Darko, even in the building, was able to stop PE. Hongan and Nero, they're showing up to the battlefield. They want to wipe out FR, but they are down in numbers, AJ.
They stick together, and now Nero backs away as Wang Ang just shows himself a little bit. Darko on the other side. Lozzy goes in for the attack, and it looks like he is going to find one. Clips his shoulder, and Hao Ang goes down. Lozzy, one more shot is going to be able to do this, and it looks like First Raiders Eclipse will be able to put PE Sports out of the equation. There's no way Nero takes his 1v3 and walks out of this alive. Lozzy finds one, and it looks like North with the M1887 finishes the job as First Raiders Eclipse shows exactly what happens when you try to annihilate them. They turn the tables.
It's an incredible performance from FR. They have not missed a single beat from yesterday, and you love to see that. Vendor Machine and Clock Tower, Darko will bring Souza back, no problem. I mean, North once more, right? This guy, alongside Souza, were 2 of the deadliest members on the side of FR. Just the front runners, the rushers, whatever you call them. North himself having 3 out of 5 eliminations that FR has right now.
Map awareness, quick reactions to get to that vending machine to bring the team member right back in here, because you know you need the numbers, and the earlier he's brought back the better, so that they can have a little bit of time to loot up before moving on forth. Team expand from MCPS. No eliminations just yet. We did see him take a knock on Fires earlier on, but nothing much from that knock. No eliminations coming on through. Too fast. Should be able to spot a player from the side of Garci. I believe that he had that sniper on him, but no information whatsoever. Garci spots out Expand, and they're moving in for the finisher. Too fast. I'm not so sure if I am a big fan of this particular strategy. Liam's keeping his eye on him. He knows exactly what to expect. And Too Fast does not know what's about to come. Oh,
actually, he knows.
Down. What a fantastic glue wall by Too Fast.
Oh my goodness, the scout from Expand. Too Fast is very used to this role, and he got so much intel for his team. But I want to see how Expand responds to this, because Too Fast, he's going to start backing off. They will try to rendezvous nearby as well. And this is perfect. GRC Aphrodite, they got nothing out of that. And not only so, they've alerted the rest of Expand. Too Fast still standing in the front line as the rest of Expand, they're taking point. Look at Axel. He already is in a good position to support Too Fast, and the fact that Too Fast is holding on is perfect for Expand.
Too Fast, good cluster. The cluster that was sent his way goes wide. A great setup by Expand. Fanning out, having that sniper hold that right-hand side angle just so that he can get the snipes on point. Cobra with the Groza. That's going to be perfect for some of these long-range engagements. And Garci second guesses their engagement, and they say, to hell with this. We do not want to fight a team that we thought we could take down so easily. They had their eyes on Too Fast. They could eliminate him, but I tell you, what a perfect time, what a perfectly timed glue wall to save him, and that information given away just proves that Garci cannot handle a tactical team like that. I love how much Expand has grown tactically.
You know what they say, AJ? The fear of the unknown. GRC had no information except for Too Fast being on that high ground, and it felt very risky to push on, so backing off is definitely the better choice for this Indonesian team. And that means Expand gets the entire control of the northern side, and they even spot SBTC, who are trying to cross with that long rotation. Axel getting a free kill onto Artemis.
That's exactly what you want to do, especially if you already have a defensive compound. Gatekeep, because why in the world not? Expand with the one elimination point. Has to be a little careful how they deal with moving in towards this next circle, because exactly the play that they pulled on SBTC can be pulled on them by PE Sports. As you can see, FW currently just challenging PE Sports a tad bit. So this can be a good opening for Expand as they try to get into the circle, but it's all gotta go their way. If timing is not on their side, this is gonna be a little bit difficult for Team Expand. PE Sports just keeping their eyes on FW, and FW don't need to do much at the moment.
SBTC are in big problem because there's no way for them to get in without getting shot. Meanwhile, First Raiders Eclipse once more losing Souza from the get-go, but this fight will be so much tougher. Magic Esports having the high ground, and there's not much power for FR to work with. Darko, the next one to get shot by Sming. And this should be an easy 2 points for Magic Esports. The rest of FR trying to get away. You can see those glue walls being erected very, very quickly. They're going to take the launch pad as well. North and Lozzy both launching themselves away. And that will keep them in this game for a bit longer.
You know you're desperate when you launch yourself outside of the circle, man. I mean, that's the only way nobody's going to come after you. Fixer, long shot, Axel down and immediately eliminated. And this crossover on this bridge is proving to be a very expensive cross for Team Expand. GRC right below them. And it looks like Garci should be able to find a clean wipe onto hand. SPTC is not going to be too happy with this. Expand do not have the kind of angle they want to work with to take on Garci. And therefore, GRC will be able to survive a little bit longer. But the biggest question is going to be, when the circle starts moving in, GRC, what's going to be your solution to this?
You even have one of the members, I believe from SBTC, just hiding at that area as well. Expand actually wanted to gatekeep this bridge, but unfortunately losing one member. They were able to loot up that body though, so they still get the resources in their favor. Fixer actually launches himself to that low ground with the launch pad, and the rest of EA, they are showing up as well, but they are very much split up. GRC 18, they're just gonna find Potato a free kill. I'm not really sure if that's the play, E-Arena. They lost 2 members just like that.
And they did not expect anyone there. In fact, they find 2. Including Han, I guess 3 teams, but Han's really not functional at the moment. He just wants to hide away. AC-80 Fixer spots him, and it is gonna be an opportunity for him to take one out before he gets put out of his misery. He is in an unfortunate situation where 6 players are trying to target him all at the same time. Fixer fixes himself up, a good medkit applied, and it seems like there's one good grenade might just do him in, and the cluster does not connect.
There's so many utilities used just for Fixer, but it is worth it. Meanwhile, SBTC, they're gonna get wiped out of the face of Bermuda, and GRC continues to run with 7 eliminations, but the next team that they gotta face off is going to be FW, and they don't have much resources to work with. While that was happening, Expand, they are still on that bridge. They are watching all of this happen.
They most definitely are. Good position to hold on to. This high ground advantage is gonna give them a lot of room to work with, a lot of time as well. And when they do start moving, it's either GRC or FW that will be in their crosshairs. And now FW takes GRC on immediately. 18 Deer puts down G-Mello. 18 Deer circles around, but those glue walls are going to be holding him back for a tad bit. Leem as well as Vice, they both go down. Raz very low on HP. The circle hurting him bit by bit. 18 Deer tagged up as well. This does not look good for GRC.
And 18 just still standing. Finally gets knocked down by Boon Jam and Raz. Now he's taking a lot of that blue zone. Runs towards the campfire, but takes down to that blue zone, unfortunately. So FW Esports barely scraping by, but now they gotta try to make it into the circle. They're at the edge. Expand now gets to finally take initiative against GDSF. The first seed of Indonesia is a 3 versus 4 Fado. Expand running straight towards them, and they're actually forcing a retreat. You can see that Riptide Rhythm a bit on the wayside, so Cobra gets to push on forward. These glue walls are helping Expand extend that reach, but Morph team, they're listening to all of this from below, and Expand holding on pretty well, but they're quickly running out of glue walls.
Nade after nade after nade being popped by both of these teams, and it looks like Genesis Dogma will be able to back away a tad bit, and the flurry of glue walls pulled up is not going to stop Expand. 1v3, Borghese goes down, Dells from the back, he's not giving them the backup that they most definitely require. Too fast now, M1887 in hand, but he puts away his gun at the wrong moment. Yost takes advantage, puts him down onto the ground. No elimination just yet, and that's going to give the advantage to Expand. Pick him right back up. Kiki down on the ground. Expand unfortunately eliminated from a long shot.
Almost got the clutch, but First Raiders Eclipse, they were shooting at Expand from that low ground, and just a third-party intervention that Expand did not expect to join in this fight. So very unlucky for Expand, and GD gets saved by their comrades from Indonesia. Bunjim still hiding under the bridge, but FR, they only have 2 more members to work with, hiding behind a tower, a bit of their cover alongside those glue walls. But you look at this bird's eye view. GD, they gotta jump down right now. They're gonna take the launch pad, launching it straight into the line of sight of FR.
FR is gonna welcome them in open arms, shot after shot now. And it looks like First Raiders will be able to set up a good defense as well before they deal with Genesis Dogma. A good grenade now can sort all of them out, but Genesis Dogma quickly repositions before the circle can catch them off guard. Well beat Boonjame halfway through. FW really low on HP, and it looks like those glue walls are going to buy him a tad bit more time. But look from the other side, Boonjame, they are going to steal the kill away, and First Raiders have got open shots against Team Morph. Darkall takes the first shot. VSS doing the deal. Mahal now erects a good glue wall. Kiki down on the ground. Nobody's taking the kill just yet. Ambot or Mahal should be able to claim it and do exactly that. It's now First Raiders going up against Morph.
Yeah, it's North up against 3 members of Morph team. He can't get Darko back, but Pew goes down. North with the charge button in hand, finishes him off. 1 versus 2 now. North just needs to find these isolated fights. He's pinned down by the glue wall himself, but he's gonna run the corner. Ambot coming after him. North peeks out. Ambot takes him down, and this should be enough for Morph team to win the round. And yes, they do. Booyah for Morph team to start it off.
The second booyah for Morph team in the competition. 1 from yesterday, 1 in here today. They are most definitely in line to aim for that #1 spot from the hands of the First Raiders. The last time we did take a peek at Morph's score, they were with 63 points. So this should put them in quite the clear sight. But they cannot catch up just yet with just this one game. They need 2 solid games without First Raiders performing. And that just seems to be such an impossible item to look for, right? Because First Raiders always find that final circle.
Second place finish. Again, the 5th second place finish out of 7 rounds, AJ. If that is not consistency, I don't know what is. And also, the top 3 teams off of round #1 are all from Indonesia, the 1st to 3rd seed. This region is a region that you must fear so far in FFSI.
I mean, this is exactly what the SEA Invitational is all about. And Indonesia showing that they are the masters of FCA, at least for the time being. It all started with Genesis Dogma getting a easy nail down upon the opponents, and then 2E shows up with a comedy reel.
This is one of the more confusing decision makings. Obviously 1-for-3 trade is never worth it. Vasto Mundo also still have not recovered from yesterday. Very sloppy plays, and it boggles my mind how there was little to no resistance when EA pushed them, right? It really felt like Vasto Mundo was not prepared for E-Arena. E-Arena had a decent run, but you know, that last decision before they got knocked out, I kind of categorize it as they did not expect a separate team to be under the bridge, so I can look past that. But overall, it's kind of a weird round 1 for Vasto Mundo and Ego Esports.
Expand, on the other hand, up there on the bridge, they had those engagements, they had the opportunity. All they were walking away with were multiple knocks. Knock after knock with no finisher in line of sight at all. And they just left themselves a little bit overexposed. I mean, they were erecting those glue walls to protect themselves from Genesis Dogma, totally ignoring the fact that they were totally open to all of the teams who were down below that they were keeping an eye on initially.
Yeah. And I think for the first time in a long time, X-Band is taking a slightly different approach. Right? Normally, you don't really see them hold these structures, right? You don't see them hold a dam on Bermuda. You don't see them hold a bridge. They prefer buildings. They prefer open areas like Mill, like Peak. I think the only building that they always go for is probably Clock Tower. So this feels a bit new to them. I agree with you. They hear a lot of those fights happening, but it seems like X-Band just wanted to get a feel of things, right? They were playing it really safe. They were not really interfering with any of them. And I don't think it's a bad choice. I think they were just playing their cards right. And it was FR who kind of broke the stalemate.
It's definitely not a bad choice. I think it was the smartest choice because the way the circle was moving, it was just either open grounds or a good high ground. And they were the first ones to make the decision to take that. And I think that was just foresight, right? So it was very, very smart decision making. It's just that the way things were kind of boiling down, lots of battles under the bridge, without them taking advantage of all of those free points that could have been theirs, was just a little bit of a waste. Because the old X-Band that I know would have sent Cobra down or too fast, and you know those guys would have started a little bit of a strong engagement earlier on. But of course, let's put that aside and look at the Booyah team featured here as well. Morph team with Ambot picking up that MVP title. 924 damage and 3 eliminations to his name. In comparison to Ma'al, 1,728 damage and 1 elimination. We know who was putting in the hard work for those eliminations. Ma'al, good on you, brother.
And you know who is putting in the efficient work, and that's Ambot, right? You do so much lesser damage, almost twice as less, but you got triple the eliminations. Overall, this is a slightly low kill count for a team that got the Booyah, only 6 eliminations at the end of it. But Morph team, they've been a bit slower in this round 1. Most of these actions happen at the end of the round anyway, so I wouldn't put it aside too much. No, they're in a decent spot. And then you look at the composition that they're running. We've seen this a lot of times. Skylar, A124, double Steffi, and your common, a lot of Hayatos, some Moko. One of the standouts that we didn't see much yesterday is definitely the Capella and the Luna.
Yeah, and I think if you have not caught on already, this is the meta team composition to run with. The A124 Skylar, double Steffi. Alternatively, if you do want to have a double Homer so that you want to play super aggressive, get all of those eliminations through the information gameplay, you most definitely can do that. But those are the only two, meta compositions that we are seeing a lot of here.
Absolutely. And I think, when you are running something like an Auto and Luna, it rewards you if you are landing your shots, right? Because you convert that fire rate into move speed if you hit your target. In this case, I think Pew didn't really need to use too much of that Luna passive because it was a very slow round for them.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the meta so far has just been about, info gathering. In this case, you have A124, great in close quarter combat. You have the Moko as well, gives you info. You have J-Beeps, really allows your team to stay in the fight. Of course, you have Hayato, the Awakened Hayato, as always. And your favorite pet is Mr. Wagger.
Absolutely, man. And I totally see exactly why Ambot is going to be bringing Mr. Wagger in there, right? In a pinch, Mr. Wagger always delivers. You run out of glue walls, he'll lay a glue wall for you, like he lays an egg.
I am not really sure if Mr. can lay an egg, but I know it's... You're defying biology right now, AJ. I was trying to save you with a seahorse analogy, but I'm pretty sure male seahorse only takes
Mr. Wagger is gender fluid.
Sure, AJ. Sure, we will confirm that in a bit. But I think the interesting one is definitely the Capella, right? Because we see a lot of team AoE. Capella allows you to heal up your team a bit more, increase the effects of healing items. But a lot of teams really ignore that because, you have Auto, right? You have J-Beeps. They are a bit more effective when you're playing fast. But for the top damage weapon, the AC-80, as always, we see the SVD, in fact, topping the damage charge. And of course, you have the AWM. It's all about long-range fights in Game 1.
Oh yeah, this is quite a bit of surprise. But of course, this is not the most used weapons, it's just the top damage weapons. So in the hands of some very lethal players, this is the kind of result that you get. And obviously, it's going to be the snipers dealing the most amount of damage. Whether or not all of that damage results in eliminations is a totally different story. Because long range, I think we've seen that on the kill feed quite a number of times already. Knock after knock long range. But there's just no finisher initially followed up with. Unless, of course, you move on into that final circle where some of these shorter range weapons tend to do the deed.
But the good thing about getting all these consecutive knocks is that you're burning resources from your opponents, right?
Yeah.
And when you go into the later stages of the game, it does become a lot more deadlier. What the match standings, well, first Raiders Eclipse, they still win the round anyways. Who needs a booyah, right? 12 total eliminations and the second place finish, so 21 points for them. Morph team, they got the booyah, but it was a low elimination count game, so they got 18 coming in second. You have FW Esports in third. Consistent as always. Genesis Dogma SF getting 13, placing themselves in fourth. And of course, you have GRC Aphrodite in fifth.
Expand clearly is kicking themselves right now because they could have been in that fourth spot. They could have been Genesis Dogma. It's just that things just did not go their way. The 3 extra placement points would have done them a lot of good, but this is just the first round out of 6. A little bit of chaotic experience up there on the bridge. I'm pretty sure they will catch up a little bit later on. But PE Sports was so unfortunate because they just had to come across first Raiders Eclipse, who was so hungry to maintain that consistent streak.
Yeah, I mean, for Expand, it's their first round FFSI, so you know they're still kind of warming up the engine. The real team that will be kicking themselves, E-Arena, for sure, had a great start to the round, but one wrong call due to lack of info really costed them that placement, right? And this is one of the rounds where I wouldn't put the blame on them too much. You just did not expect. The circle is also really costing them kind of the advantage. Yeah, Vasto Mundo as well, right? This is the second day for them, round number 7, and another 0-point finish.
I am utterly stunned as to what Vasto Mundo is showing out there on the battlefield. I expected more from them only because they have showed us more in the past.
They certainly have. This is definitely not the Vasto Mundo we are used to, right?
Yeah.
And again, you look at the responses that they had towards E-Arena, it felt like they were not prepared at all. It felt like they were not reacting.
Yeah.
I mean, they had Blazer 10 run away, but at the end of the day, there was not much action from Vasto Mundo. Well, hopefully they can bounce back in the second round alongside E-Arena. We'll go for a short break. We'll come back for map number 2.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cuộc giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy EVOS Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển EVOS Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما أعرف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับ อีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كومادي كاب.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cuộc giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy EVOS Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển EVOS Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Group of death. That's exactly what Group B is. Yesterday, they were absolutely wrecking havoc on the lobby. And it looks like day 2 is the exact same story. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky. We are your casters for the day. And it looks like the match for day 2 is a little bit slower pace, but pretty much with the same superstars.
Yeah, same superstar, right? First Raiders Eclipse, still consistent as always. We add another 2 Indonesian teams. You have GRC Aphrodite, you have Genesis Dogma SF. They both also performed very well. In fact, top 3 off of round 1 were all from the same region. And I remember one of the players, I believe from GRC Aphrodite, did say that this is the time of Indonesia FreeFire. And I think he hit the nail on the head because so far that region has been shining.
I mean, one team out of Indonesia surely has been the North Star
yes.
far. No one has been able to beat their performance. No one has been able to outdo whatever they were doing out there on the battlefield, except for EVOS Phoenix in the final 2 games. But I'm still going to give it to First Raiders because they were consistently in that final circle, no matter what happens.
And remember, even the last 2 rounds that EVOS Phoenix got the booyah, guess who came in second? First Raiders Eclipse. You cannot take it away from them in any way. But Bermuda is behind us. For now, we're going to take a look at map number 2, Purgatory, and the teams that we got to watch out for. FW Esports again, one of the most consistent teams from Thailand. Yesterday, Genesis Dogma SF from Indonesia, and E-Arena starting to lose a bit of faith though, because E-Arena is still looking shaky as always. But the silver lining is that they have a lot more aggression today, and it is actually working out. Now, they got to polish up on bit of the macro play.
I believe E-Arena can still get things done. It's just unfortunate the way things kind of crumbled down for E-Arena. But they did manage to get 6 eliminations, which is a huge improvement in comparison to day 1. So I'm going to go with that. Genesis Dogma SF, on the other hand, they were phenomenally solid when it came to game number 1. They, I believe, got the 3rd spot and 5 eliminations in tow as well. 13 points from a single game. Indonesia is on fire for sure, Husky.
Yeah, they have been riding that high wave, and 3 out of 4 teams from Indonesia playing in FFSI have not debuted on an international stage before, at least not in the recent year. So this means this region has been evolving a lot, and even First Raiders Eclipse, they are really showing that growth over the past couple of months. But when they head into Purgatory, I wonder if the distribution of drop spot will be the same as yesterday, because yesterday we're seeing teams like Alpha, teams like LGDS taking the safe approach, going for Moat House. But so far in Group B and Group C, I haven't really seen much teams that prefer to play the safe way. They like to go fast and furious. Maybe Moat House would not be as big of a choice.
Well, let's see exactly what happens here as we head on into Purgatory. Moat House might just be exactly where Wastomundo hops on into. They are in this match. So I will not be surprised if they do visit that exact same spot once again. But SPTC seems to be the ones taking the bait out of Moat House. The rest of them push on through, and it looks like Genesis Dogma might have an early engagement against PE Sports by the look of things.
Yeah, you even have GRC Aphrodite, right? They are dropping at Crossroads. That's exactly where FW are as well. Both teams having a 3-1 split, and this could mean one thing. One team might lose 3 members, and that one last guy revives the rest of them. FW already getting gone on, immediately having to use the campfire thanks to the Homer drone. And this is very debilitating because you are trapped in this area, you don't have much to work with, no medkits, no utilities, and you have the members of GRC Aphrodite consistently harassing you. They even throw the glue wall melter just in case, and GRC Aphrodite just running straight in. Kimelo getting completely mowed down, and that's 2 easy eliminations for GRC Aphrodite.
Raz back up on his feet. Bunjame will have to back away. He has no choice whatsoever. Bison in hand. And it looks like FW is going to struggle just a tad bit. Let's see what the play is going to be here. I think, oh my, he knows exactly where Bunjame is. Bunjame goes down as well. The team still survives for the time being. But let's see if or not they do manage to... Oh my goodness. Just thinking Along Kono was going to survive, but no, SBTC finds him as well. But that being said, SBTC, I think Neo was lagging a little bit. I didn't see him move much after he hopped out of the flight.
No, actually, Neo, he split from the rest of his team, and just so happened that Along Kono was running away from GRC into him. So it was a lucky KO. And unfortunately, it was unlucky for FW. This is the worst performance, worst finish that they had so far. But if you're FW, you're going to be like, all right, it's an unlucky round.
Yeah.
We're still in a good spot. No worries. For PE Sports, on the other hand, they just lost 2 members to Ego Esports.
They cannot go down super early once again. This is turning out to be quite the troublesome day for PE Sports. But don't cry. Refuses to cry. He backs away. Souza down on the ground. Dark Call tries to respond. Good time turner pulled out. That's going to back him up for a little bit as he patches himself right back up. North, on the other hand, would back up. Start!
Holy cow, 364. Just see that damage from Darko. This man is unreal. On North as well. At least he survives, and that is very important because Wasana was actually the scout for Magic Esports. So FR, if they lost North, that would have been disastrous because they were pressured by 2 different teams. So it's a saving grace for FR. But man, you gotta really pay respect to them. Izagod, on the other hand, finding the 3rd member of PE Esports. This is not a good start.
It's a terrible start. 2E, very solid at the very start. 3 eliminations already, and they are on the hunt. Genesis Dogma sends 1 player in. Looks like he was just revived. Protete, Lozzy meets him halfway. Souza out of the equation already, so E-Arena has a tad bit of an advantage here, but it's just a 1v1. Limit shows up from the back, but does not tease Lozzy at all. Protete circles around. Grenade does not connect. Lozzy on standby, and the quick reposition catches Protete off guard. Lozzy getting turned around. Back 7! And 1 more shot was all that was needed from Lozzy. But Protete escapes. North shows up a tad bit late.
And that was so close. He was buying time for backup to show up. North actually gets rid of Limit, but Fixer instantly buys him back from afar. And remember, this is not the full squad of E-Arena, so they are willing to throw away these bodies because they have crippled the members of FR. And if you're First Raiders Eclipse, you are kind of trapped out in the open. 3 members of First Raiders Eclipse showing up. Dark Call once more dropping low. And Protete, he is holding the entirety of FR at force. Going forward this time, eats the bullet of North. And FR, they stabilize the situation. 4 eliminations for them.
I mean, First Raiders are just playing this on a whole other level. The Arena thought they could have a one-up on them. They did have a one-up on them, and I don't even know how they just rotate around so quickly to recover. Long shots coming through from Kiki. He's just shooting all around, and he's nailing every single shot.
This guy is shooting 360. He is sharp. He's shooting everyone at drastically different right angles. He is like rotating 90 degrees every single time. And he's now pinned down as well. He's gonna get rushed. And oh my goodness, that long shot from Kiki. This guy is having a good day. That's 4 points for GD to start it off. We are having a way faster round number 2.
You can thank Kiki for Genesis Dogma's 4 eliminations. GRC slowly circles around 18D. A 4th elimination. Guy is on a quadrant roll right now. What a play, Garci. Let's circle around and see if or not they can get into that final circle yet again. I mean, there's just so much from GRC that we have not just peeled away just yet. Indonesia, I tell you, is just so miraculous in terms of opportunity claiming in the competition at the moment.
I was just about to say that, right? So far, the majority of the screen time has been on the Indonesian team.
I know.
I mean, you have 18 Deer on one side, you have Kiki on the other, and then you have the entirety of FR just doing FR things. You look at the eliminations, right? GRC Aphrodite, 5 eliminations. FR, 4 eliminations. Genesis Dogma SF, 4 eliminations. And they just brought Borges back also. So you have overall all the Indonesian squads still in the game. Expand, on the other hand, just holding a very safe spot. But it might not be so safe soon. You have Morph team, they're gonna hold by the river. They probably won't engage unless they're forced to. The circle still favors them a bit more, but it's more of GRC Aphrodite. How are they gonna approach this?
Eagle Esports playing with fire. Spreading out wide. And Dark Love might just be the first casualty here for the side of 2E before they can get into this next circle. As Genesis Dogma, Borges and Kiki seem like they have spotted him. They are moving closer and closer towards him. Morph team, on the other hand, have spotted Genesis Dogma. Vasto Mundo circling around to find the backs of Morph team. And if Morph team does start firing once again, Vasto Mundo is going to be able to hear those shots, smell the blood in the waters, and walk right towards them. You can see the setup almost coming through already, but Expand can also interfere, but I don't think they want to give up their defensive position just yet.
Definitely not now. I think they will wait for the next circle. So far, it is still favoring where they are. And meanwhile, you have Nuke. He's going to try and prone down, but he will be snuffed out anyways. 18 Deer with the 5th kill. This guy is on a rampage so far.
New K brought back 2 members before he got taken down. I tell you, that guy's such a legend. And I tell you, survives.
The revival system has changed a lot about FreeFire. That is for sure. I mean, 2 years ago, that would have been the end, right?
How did he even pull that off? I don't understand.
Hey man, we've seen more miraculous stuff yesterday. Where mass revives, right? Mass buybacks for teams like what? Evo's Phoenix, you know, you have FR.
Oh my.
Sting on the other hand, from afar. I mean, Too Fast and Roy. You have one Groza, one AC80. They work just the same. And for Magic Esports, they instantly lose 2 members. And this spot for Expand is a very solid area to play with.
No eliminations yet. 2 knocks means absolutely nothing, and Magic Esports very quickly recovers. That seems to be the bane of Team Expand. Morph team now moving out of their compound, and it looks like they're swimming across the waters. Expand, nothing more than warning shots from them so far. They spot them rotating out in the open. Will Expand take another shot?
Yeah, Expand. So this is also, I think, one of the few things that you don't get to see every day, right? Expand holding a compound, just hunkering down. Normally they would be on the move in this mid game. Too Fast, again, spotting out the members of Magic Esports. And just look at Magic Esports, they're not fully committing, right? They're just poking a little bit, but now they're out in the open. And the thing is, you have to be decisive if you're Magic Esports. They're using a lot of the glue walls, and that is not good, especially when this game progresses. PE Esports once more finishing in a pretty devastating spot.
My oh my, FWN PE Esports and down in the second round, and it looks like The kryptonite for a couple of teams from Group B is Group C. At least that's exactly what the scoreline is showing us so far. Expand is not really punished for all of those aggressive shots sent towards Magic Esports. Saming, Donbu, as well as Craven, all grouping up together, leaving Wasana all alone. Saming understands that that's not a great idea. Joins Wasana right back. They're playing the buddy system right now. E-Arena, on the other hand, they meet 2E. Eagle Esports, Izagod joins everybody else, but unfortunately for them, it is just a barricade of glue walls, and Limit shows up from nowhere. Daklob taken out of the equation, and 2E on the back foot.
They're not ready to fight this at all. Look at the distribution of Eagle Esports. They are not in position to support Darklove. He's even tanking the blue at this point. This should be a walkover for E-Arena. Queen of E, he's going to try and help his friend Dian. Shut will be brought back up very fast. And unfortunately for 2E, I think they will have to try and get Darklove out of this arena and bring the rest of the team back. E-Arena, in this case, will be able to pick up a couple more free kills. And the fate of Eagle Esports lies in the hand of Darklove.
Darklove losing 3 HP every single second, and in 7 seconds the circle is going to move further away, which only means that damage is going to increase every single second. He's running out of time, but he's running as quickly as he can to the vehicle so that he can drive to a revival point. Will he be able to bring his brothers right back into the mix as he patches himself up, driving that vehicle, doing 2 things at the same time? Let's see if he can get the third done as well. Susanna down on the ground for Morph team. Ambot and Ma'al, they have got a big task here to pick Susanna right back up, but I think that is a gone case. They will have to sacrifice Susanna. Darklop brings back 2 players, so that is a great play from 2E.
Ma'al, he just rushes the compound of JD. What is happening?
Oh well.
What is happening to Morph team? What was that play? Completely wiped off the face of the earth in 10th place. I am very confused, AJ.
I mean, at least Vastomundo has got 3 eliminations. That's all I care about.
There are still 9 teams, right? This is not in any way a good spot for Vastomundo yet, but at least they're still alive. E-Arena, now they're going to face off against GRC Aphrodite, and GRC, they are very, very spread out as well. Raz gonna get rushed, but Tay wins that 1v1. You gotta love these aggressions from E-Arena. They coming through 18. Deer are like a deer in the headlights right now. 5 frags under his belt, but can he get more from E-Arena? Shut up from one side. You have Limit from the other. Fixer also rushing, and GRC are getting absolutely pushed back. You even have the clusters being thrown out from Liam, and Protete pressuring him, completely eliminates him, and GRC forced out of the safe zone into the blue, and E-Arena just making quick work of GRC. Limit gets knocked down, but GRC are quickly losing members. Shut up the next to go. GRC, they lose 18 Deer, and E-Arena survives.
This is the rise of E-Arena on day 2. Fixer says, yeah baby, that's how we do. 4 eliminations so far for Expand. They're already in this next circle, and they're looking like they can be the top 3. Vastomundo now takes them down. Axel, what a shot onto Nunes. He goes down. Roy takes out the glue wall and takes out the whole squad of Vastomundo. Fantastic teamwork coming through from Expand. As Too Fast was tagged up already, he could not go in there for that aggressive action. Roy says, no problem, brother, I got your back.
And while that was happening, E-Arena actually bought back the 2 fallen members. So now they have a full squad for the late game again. And they even have a bunker to work with, right? So that means they have something for them to loot up. Shut Up does go down, thanks to Darko from afar. Borges actually, I think, steals that kill away with a skill. Nonetheless, SBTC is starting to drive right in, but instantly stopped by Darko. This guy is fighting 2 teams at once. It seems to be a personality of FR. They just love to take these fights.
E-Arena on fire, literally. 1 good grenade protect. Oh, well timed glue wall. Nade just bounces away. Borges backs away, has got the Woodpecker in hand. Kiki with the AWM, flanks from the left. Protete, and once again the glue wall melter forcing Protete out of his defense, and he just runs straight at Kiki. Low on HP. Protete is that distraction, but nobody else from EA taking any bit of advantage here. Fixer and Limit, they have to circle around. They find one Fixer. What a charge buster shot. Souza down on the ground. Kiki steps out from his defenses, and we check out SBTC at the very same time as our Optimus goes down. It is a fight against the first Raiders Eclipse, and Lozzy with a charge buster is gonna get a double for himself.
And they will even get Souza back up as well. So FR still has 3 more members to work with. This is good news for first Raiders Eclipse. They have so much resources to loot up. The circle isn't gonna close in for another 15 seconds. That's more than enough time. But they don't have members to face up against Expand. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 in favor of the Malaysians. Cobra slowly pushing up as well. They got to push up this bit of a slope. So you have FR getting that vantage point. Too fast go down. The Riptide rhythm from afar as well from GD. Genesis Dogma SF not making it easy for Expand. Too fast goes down as a result of that. I mean, the Indonesians, they are just banding together, AJ.
I mean, Genesis Dogma, good positioning up on top of this bunker here for Kiki. High ground advantage, spots out all of the players from the side of Expand, but a good layer of glue walls erected to cross over to meet First Raiders Eclipse once again. Expand desperately want this. They know exactly what to expect. That charge buster, but a double nade turns into a cluster, and Souza does manage to tag one. Axel taken out by Yoss, and Genesis Dogma continues to finish off what First Raiders want to take in.
Roy took himself out with a grenade as well. This is bad news for Expand. Too fast is going for a raid. He's out in the open. Hopefully they don't get spotted out. Cobra, he's holding that northern side. He's going in for a solo rush as Genesis Dogma, they're going straight for First Raiders as well. Pincer from both sides. Kiki starts it off. Yoss also gets a knock. North responds onto Genesis Dogma, but the members of FFR are dropping like flies as well. Genesis Dogma, SF, 14 eliminations, still counting. They're getting the members back up. That is super good news as Fast and Roy coming in the nade. Jumpers go down. Borges dropping low. Roy on the left side. They're gonna get a big flank. The cluster is too fast. Doing it big time. This is an opportunity for Expand. They're so low on health. Too fast against Borges. Who is gonna win this one? Borges does see Too fast. The cluster, this one does miss out. Too fast gets time to queue up. But Grenado for Borges, that one is gonna miss. Too fast going in for the rush. The ice grenade forces him to make a detour, but Borges has no medkit to work with. He's going loot up from the crate. Now he has time to queue back up. Too fast doesn't notice.
Too fast, Groza, Borges does manage to drop his health right back up. And Too Fast just has to be really careful here. 3 more grenades to work around with. He's been slowed down already. Borges now with the Woodpecker, but Groza is going to be the better gun in a situation like this. With the rate of fire, Too Fast should be able to take this. Jumps on up, spots him, and it is going to be Expand with the booyah on day 2. The Malaysians are rising up to the occasion, and it seems to be the best way to do it.
And they had to go through a disastrous moment as well. Roy blew himself out with the nade. They had to force a revive. Too Fast helping him out. They were out in the open, but the Indonesians were too busy fighting each other. And even down to the very end, AJ, 2 versus 4, both Too Fast and Roy have less than 30 HP. They did not have time to heal up, and they pulled through. Too Fast at the very end, playing the homer, getting the drone as well onto Borges, really crippling the final members of GD and getting them that booyah. I mean, this is a strong statement from Expand.
Shout out to Coach Hutomo. Clearly his guidance, clearly his advice is working wonders with Team Expand. The 4 boys have truly grown, and strategically you can see their approach to all of these situations are so much more methodical now. And that one booyah, I believe, is not going to be the final time you see Expand in that final circle. Technically speaking, game number 1 could have been so much better if it wasn't for that unfortunate third party. They did kind of have that lackadaisical approach because they weren't guarding their sides as they were trying to take out Genesis Dogma. But this second try was so much better. But GRC, this and also E-Arena, this was a fantastic round for these 2 teams.
Yeah, it was great for E-Arena, it was great for GRC, it was also great for Genesis Dogma, right? I mean, even for First Raiders Eclipse. By the way, most of these teams ended the round with double-digit elimination. Even though Genesis Dogma SF didn't get the booyah, I think they walked away with 16, 17 eliminations.
And it's guaranteed they do get that number 1 spot, even if Expand did manage to walk away with that booyah. 16 eliminations was what Genesis Dogma ended that up with. But Expand, with the 10 eliminations to their name, they're not going to complain.
No, they're not going to complain at all. I even had to stretch, you know, I'm in a bit disbelief. more than a half a year ago on the world stage, we had this conversation talking about what was the missing piece for Expand. And the answer has always been clear, right? They need a coach. They need someone that can put the puzzles together and kind of show them the direction they can take to break that glass ceiling. And I think it is starting to show that magic a little bit. They haven't really been able to reveal it during the MCPS major. I think they were still building that up. But I think this is the perfect time on an international stage to have a great showing. So if there's anything, I think Expand are slowly starting to break through that glass ceiling that a lot of us thought that they will be stuck with for a while longer.
This is the start, but I have seen this with Expand many a times.
Oh yes, we have.
But I do not expect it out of them anymore because I think it is a lesson that they have learned. You know, they rise up and then as quickly as that, they tend to stumble. And this is exactly where they have to check themselves a little bit. Have the exact same careful strategy to get into that final circle before they start off these heavy engagements. And I'm an absolute fan of how they were able to execute it so well in the second game. Xroy picks up that MVP title. Even after that blunder, 2 headshots in total, 4 eliminations, 2,227 on the damage, and even 1 rescue to his name. But Cobra, you usually see this guy up front center eliminating everybody else. This time, he was the reason why the team did not get annihilated early with the 2 rescues that he had. Very important ones.
And even though he wasn't, you don't see the Cobra who is just going crazy 1v4, but he was also a pivotal reason why they were able to get that revive towards the very end, right? He was holding a very important spot, watching over FR and GD fight it out as well. And I mean, this is the most confident we have seen Expand. Those international experience, they are starting to add up for this team. Last time we saw them on that world stage, you can sense that nervousness, right? A foreign land, a foreign stage. But right now, it feels just like they're at home.
Cobra used to be a guy who was more of a solo player, a solo superstar, rather than one that blended well with the team and backed everybody else up. But this boy has grown so much. He's no longer a boy, he's a man. Look at that face, little scary. And let's check out the setup here. You gotta love it, man. Game of information with a double homer and the game of defense with a double Steffi. And this is one of my preferred setup, if you ask me, Husky, because you gotta have the defense, but you also want to have as much information as to the positioning of your opponents at all times.
And you clearly know who is the one taking initiative, right?
Yeah.
With the homer. And I want to quickly talk about Maro because you don't see this character too much. I noticed it early on Axel, but I think it's a good time to break it down. We always say that Axel is one of the best snipers from the MCPS region, and Maro gives you extra damage when you shoot from afar. And this really ties out pretty well with how Axel likes to play. This is why when you put him in a long range position, he is able to get these lethal headshots, and Maro adds on to that.
And Moko as well, right? Because Axel, remember what we talked about earlier, the sniper gets the shots but no eliminations. But once you hit that one shot, you immediately tag that player as well. So the information gameplay once again proves to be very, very essential for Expand to rise up to the occasion, to grab this whole, of course, booyah for themselves. And the MVP once again, Xroy. But as usual for Team Expand, it's not going to be possible for Xroy to shine without the rest of his team members. This was a very well-played round from all of them. Look at it, once again, 4 eliminations in total with the Steffi in hand, and that AC-80 being that weapon of choice for Xroy. He was on a roll, but I'm very sure this is not the best from Expand yet.
Yeah, I think the best from Expand, as weird as it sounds, would be keeping consistency. We always see them have breakout rounds and we get super excited, but we gotta tone it down and look at the next hurdle for Expand. Can they keep this up?
They can.
They have a lot of tendency, and we've seen for the past 1 year, you get 1 good round and you get 2 rounds where they completely just trip and fall.
Yeah.
But I believe that they can keep this up, right? You have a coach to guide them, you have that spiritual guidance, but they need to show it on the stage to convince everyone else.
I believe they can, because all of the times that they have stumbled in the past, they have learned from those experiences and not just continuously walk into the exact same pit hole again and again, right? Top damage weapons though. Let's move our attention to this for a little bit before we continue talking about the champions of round number 2. AC-80 No doubt at all, you're going to see a lot of this gun alongside the AWM, but surprisingly, it's not showing up this time. 4,841 on the damage dealt, followed by the Woodpecker with the 4,462 damage, as well as the M82B, one of the essential snipers that you want to have out there on the battlefield. Anti-material sniper, the M82B. You want to shoot at vehicles, you want to shoot through glue walls, you want to bring out the M82.
And all these long-range weapons come hand in hand with the meta right now, right? It's all about information. Information is most valuable when you can get it from a safe distance, and this is why you see all these long-range, high-caliber sniper rifles getting used by majority of the teams. And I'm not complaining at all, right? I think it's a breath of fresh air compared to all these close-range fights. I think they still have integral value, but you want to know where your enemies are before you plan the next move. So I am very sure we will see these kind of top damage weapon stats for the rest of FFSI.
One of the things that I really love about FreeFire is not the fact that you've got so many different types of weapons, but each weapon also has got that special ability that it brings into the game, just like those character abilities as well, right? And you really know exactly how you need to know how to take advantage of all of those extra abilities. Let's take a look at the match standings here. As we discussed earlier, 16 eliminations. Dude, if Genesis Dogma had gotten the booyah,
it'll be a new record.
Brand new record. But unfortunate for them, it was Too Fast that spoiled the party. We'll talk a little bit about how Too Fast spoiled that party, not just by getting that final elimination, but also with that solid grenade that he continuously tossed at them in that very final engagement, which knocked down two of those players. Very, very essential. Genesis Dogma not going to be too happy with that, but they're going to be delighted the fact that they still got that #1 spot.
Honestly, if they got the booyah, they would set a new record that is 2 points higher than what we had yesterday. It would be 29. Overall, I think Genesis Dogma, SF, they're not going to complain too much. Big props to E Arena though. This is the best finish we've seen them out of all the rounds that they played so far. A more solid, a more confident E Arena, and just generally the E Arena that we know, right? Came into FFSI as the first seed, has shown incredible aggression. Yesterday, they were not able to drive that vehicle properly. They were crashing and burning overall. But today, you see a little bit more of that composure. And with this current standing for day number 2, I think E Arena, they're in a good spot. 4th place with 26 points, but Genesis Dogma SF with a fantastic round 2 puts them at first.
Oh, this is a fantastic way to show exactly how these teams are doing against each other. Instead of showing you guys the overall leaderboard that also has Group A in the mix, we are only focusing on Group B as well as C, just to give you a very clear depiction as to what you can expect throughout the whole day. And seeing E Arena on the 4th spot makes me absolutely happy. Expand on the 3rd place, First Raiders Eclipse on 2nd, but I don't think they're going to be holding on to 2nd for much longer. We will have to wait and see exactly how that pans out. But PE Sports today has been quite the painful day. That they are struggling even to beat Vasto Mundo on the leaderboard.
I mean, even FW are having a rougher day too, right? At least for the first 2 rounds, they were struggling a bit more. But Magic Esports, SBTC, and Eagle Esports, they have not been able to kind of get their feet off the ground. Vasto Mundo, now that is a very worrying stat. 2 rounds in a row, 0 points, AJ.
See, here's the thing. I was so confident when I talked about E Arena. I said today is the day of E Arena. Today is the day E Arena rises back up at the top. You notice how I did not talk about Vasto Mundo at all? Because unfortunately, I see the effort from E Arena, I see the attempts from the gameplay, and I also see what goes wrong for E Arena in a majority of these engagements where they did not manage to rise up to the occasion. Vasto Mundo, on the other hand, there's something fundamentally wrong with the team. Nothing is going their way. The decision making has been very choppy, and they need to figure it out. They need to figure it out now, not just today, like right now, before we continue on with this next few matches.
I completely agree with you, because it feels like you hit a dead end very early on, right? If you're stuck at that dead end, you're going to have a rough time for the rest of the group stage. But there are still time for Vasto Mundo to rectify this. We'll see if they can do it on round 3 on Alpine. We'll be back after a break.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan buya.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara.
Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
ถ้าให้1-1กับใครหรอครับ คงจะเป็นเฟิร์สไรเดอร์อยากส่งวาสนาไปสู้กับนอตจะได้ดูสมน้ำสมเนื้อกันหน่อย
Menurut gua yang paling pede itu ya tim Thailand. Semoga kalian ingat kejadian di Garrison waktu itu.
เดี๋ยวผมส่งโมชิไปให้ไปสู้กับทีมแฟตทีมแฟตจะเรียกใครมาสู้ก็ได้ครับ โมชิไหวหมดทุกคน
Thành tích tốt nhất của team chúng mình là liên tục đạt top đội tuyển mạnh nhất trong khu vực Việt Nam và chúng mình luôn luôn cố gắng và không biết sợ ai cả.
ก็ฝากถึงทีมแฟตนะครับ ก็เข้ารอบมาทุกรอบก็ไม่เห็นสมหวังสักที
Khi mà team chúng mình chiến thắng các đội Thái Lan thì chắc chắn một điều là Việt Nam number one.
ทีมแฟตอย่าเพิ่งมั่นใจลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
ฝากถึงอินโดนะครับ ครั้งที่แล้วแค่อ่อนให้ ครั้งเนี้ยของจริง
Indonesia dominasi Asia nih bos. F Indo juara.
มั่นใจไปเปล่า ถ้ามั่นใจมากเดี๋ยวผมจะทำให้จบ 12 ทั้ง 6 เกม
ฝากถึงทีมอินโดนะครับ ระวังโดนสิงโตกัดนะจ๊ะ
Untuk region yang pede banget, gak usah sok pede lah. Lihat aja ntar.
ก็มาดิวะอินโด
Easy win bro.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna, biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
Reclaim your honor. That's exactly what the famous hashtag of Expand is. And they have managed to clinch the victory on game number 2. The MCPS squad has got a lot to prove with their experience walking into the competition at FFSI. From all of the experience they've collected on the world stage already. And this is a really good way to get it done, Husky.
Honestly, I feel like I am reading a fairy tale as it unfolds. Even on MCPS, domestically, they had this tagline, right? Hashtag Turbos Marwa. They were able to reclaim their honor at the final round of MCPS, becoming the first seed, and they're showing out strong on their debut on round 2 of FFSI. If somehow, by the end of the group stage, they come out strong with a good finish, I think this fairy tale will have a very good conclusion.
If they come out of FFSI as the champions, I'll buy them dinner 3 times.
3 times only?
3 times. Hey, expensive dinners, man. I can't afford more than 3.
I'll chip in 1.
Okay, noted. Here's the thing, at the end of the day, it's not just about Expand. A lot of the teams out there are vying for the number 1 spot. And let's talk a little bit about First Raiders, as well as the 3 teams that we want to keep our eyes out for in this 3rd game at Alpine. Morph Team, Eagle Esports, as well as Vasto Mundo. Why do you want to keep your eyes on Vasto Mundo? Because this has been the team that has been struggling the most. So we want to keep our eyes on them to see if or not they continue struggling or they'll finally break the curse of FFSI.
The biggest worry is right now is, has Vasto Mundo hit a brick wall? And if they have to break through that wall. If not, the rest of the group stage would be very, very miserable for this team. And it kind of felt like, day number 2 is a bit slower than day 1 for Vasto Mundo. Day 1 they were trying out a lot of things, but they were just outclassed. And I'm fine with a team getting outclassed. I'm not fine when a team is not even
in the class.
In the class, yeah, right. In the zone, right? It feels like you're not in the right headspace. But I believe with due time, Vasto Mundo is going to show us something. Maybe Alpine is the map. And also Alpine is a map that Expand is very, very comfortable with. That was the map that got them the first place at the end of MCPS Major.
I'm gonna hold back on my thoughts about Expand for the time being. I really want to see exactly how they play Alpine this time around. Because we do know that nobody from Group B has taken their drop spot in Alpine.
Oh, yes.
And this is going to be an opportunity for Expand to drop into Forest Red. They usually do prefer Forest Red because of all of those buildings that are in and around the compound. You've got a revival point there as well if things do go south. And it's pretty much towards the center point of the map. And looking at the flight path, Forest Red obviously is going to be accessible, but so is the rest of the map here. So I do not expect a hot drop from anyone.
They have 2 options, right? Forest Red and Base Camp. But Base Camp is very, very situational for Expand. If they want to chase for kills, that's where they drop to. See, First Raiders Eclipse and Morph Team might be going for that high tier loot zone. PE also dropping alongside GRC Aphrodite. 2E also around the area. And this could be a very, very populated Forest Raid. Expand will be the first to drop down to that area. Everyone else abandons it. Massive respect given to all of these teams. Meanwhile, SBTC gets the first 2 eliminations on to E Arena.
This is why I absolutely hate some of these hot drops, man. You barely get a gun and you're already out of the round. But Protete should be able to be brought right back into the play here by the rest of his team members. You can see Shut Up is just beyond the horizon there. Izagod finds Luca 04. And it looks like the torturous run for Vasto Mundo continues to move on through. 2E, Eagle Esports finds 2 players, but Izagod as well as Q of 9, they're down on the ground. Blazer 10 backs away. Dion trying to get the job done here, but finds no access towards that upper floor.
It's a vending machine, but no resource to get the revive. So Eagle Esports, they end up losing no one. 3 eliminations, and once more, Blazer 10 is the last man left. But this is a rough spot to be in because you're at the edge of the map. There's not much place for you to run towards. And where are you going to rotate? It's all open ground. 2E might be even looking to chase them down. And meanwhile, SBTC, they just found the 3rd member of E Arena. Shut Up goes down. Point number 3 for SE.
E Arena still alive. Question is for how long? Same situation that Vasto Mundo is in. Blazer 10. The last time you saw him, he was blazing it out of that compound. But it's just a matter of time before somebody finds him. I don't think there was a vending machine in the area that he was moving out towards. Rotate as well as Limit Back in here for E Arena. 2E, full squad right back. Everybody picked up. And it looks like they are going to have one good time rotating around the map. They've got a vehicle in hand as well. And they're just trying to clear off the area. Still on the hunt for that final player from the side of Vastomundo. And Ducklop is going to find him. He's zooming directly towards Blazer 10.
Uh-oh.
Has he spotted him out yet?
This is the only
Older
compound.
blocking him a bit.
This is the only compound that he can be in. Honestly, right?
Yeah.
You look at that, the western side, this is the only place that Blazer 10 can run to and have decent cover. And even if he makes it out of here, you look at the nearest revive point. That is out of service for sure. He can't go there. 2 vending machines, doesn't matter. He has no resources to work with.
Ducklop.
I mean, this run for Vastomundo continues to be very, very heartbreaking.
Let's see if or not Ducklove can get this elimination. Blazer 10, M1014 in hand. Not the kind of super-powered shotgun you want to go up against. But it looks like Ducklove has got the exact same gun, so this is going to be quite the equal battle. But Ducklove does not suspect a thing. He's like, okay, I'm going to leave you alone. No!
Nope.
It's a scam! I'm right back, baby!
Did you see him? Oh, he definitely sees him.
Yep, now he sees him. He's like, hi, bro. Blazer 10. He just stays put. Blazer 10 does not peek, does not move a muscle.
Play dead.
He's just hoping and praying. Ducklove does not spot him out. And now he's like, okay, I'm done.
Play dead, Blazer 10. Alright, this time he avoids it. Okay,
he's waiting for backup. He spotted him out already.
You know, like you're on an island and there's just a school of sharks swarming you. That's exactly how it feels. Blazer 10 gets the initial knockdown. Homer drone onto him. Slow down. He's out of the car. Run for it, buddy. Get out.
Blazer 10, legit GTA skills, bro. And now car's on fire. Blazer 10, can you survive? No, Isakon says hell no. Ducklove will get picked right back up. But well played, Blazer 10. One of the best.
Commendable effort, man.
I love it. That's the highlight reel for me.
At least he tried. I can't blame him. That is the only way that he's ever gonna have a chance. Oh boy.
I love it.
By the way, it's
Vastomundo gets my vote of approval because they made me laugh.
0 points for all 3 rounds, AJ.
That doesn't matter. He made me laugh, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're laughing.
I've got stomach cramps, all right?
They are not laughing.
I've got tears in my eyes because I don't know why my left eye is twitching and burning. So me laughing is a good thing at this point. It's bringing some good vibes back to me because I was so grumpy when I started this show.
I mean, we're the only ones laughing, honestly. Vastomundo definitely not laughing about everything.
I'm sure the whole team's laughing.
The most painful part about getting knocked out early on is that you have to watch the rest of the game at your seat. That is the most agonizing part, okay?
Hey, at least you're watching it from your seat in Bangkok, bro.
Yeah, but
it's a 1 month holiday. Darkol. Well played, and now Kiki's the next one. Throws up one quick ice grenade, a double ice grenade, and even though the boy gets picked right back up, does he get knocked back down onto the ground? No, answers no as he quickly repositions. Souza goes up to say hello. Everybody else backs away already, and this is the first Raiders Eclipse looking for their brothers from the side of Indonesia.
It is not easy though. 3 versus 2, Darko going down, and it's only one last man from FR. They're gonna try and chase after him. GD wanting to close out FR's run. And they even brought Yoss back up, so the entirety of Genesis Dogma SF back on their feet. And Souza, he got Yoss. That was the next to go after him. And FR, the earliest exit so far in FFSI, 11th place finish.
Let's see if or not the fate of their run here does go ahead and change a tad bit. It seems like it was all going well until Kiki showed up. He danced that Kiki around them and kicked them right out of the lobby.
That was a long time ago. That meme was 4 years ago? The trend.
Which one?
The
Kiki
Kiki
trend. Do you love
Yeah.
me? I hated that trend, man.
No, I don't like the trend at all. Like, people are just dancing outside of their car without a driver. It's one of the most dangerous trends ever.
Dangerous? They were doing that in front of my car. I needed
your
to somewhere.
Your car?
Doing it in front of my car.
In front of your car? Okay, I was like, they're using your car.
In my car.
Thank goodness.
Oi, oi. Okay, I thought it was someone else.
No, it wasn't.
I thought it was going to be a hit and run. FW Esports Bunjaim. Both zooming on through. Morph team on the other hand. This one, I mean, you usually expect a little bit of a faster pace at Alpine, but the teams are just taking their own sweet time. Nobody wants those early engagements, and I think First Raiders will understand why.
I'm telling you, Expand is also having a pretty smooth round so far, right? 8 minutes uncontested at Forest Red. They did not have to move. They did not have to respond to anything yet. But Ego Esports, they're going to take the initiative against GRC. Then Nate actually bouncing off as well. I believe it is the Homer drone, so Liam does get tagged, but no follow-up from Ego Esports. The rest of GRC are actually quite far away. They even lost one member before this, so they won't have the numbers advantage. Rivermouth is going to be taken over by Ego Esports.
Circle's going to be hurting GRC, and they're not going to get a little too excited just yet. Launches himself right back to the rest of his team members, and they're all going to take the damage from the zone together in solidarity.
And 2E, they just take the easy way onto mainland, just take the bridge away. GRC should be fine. If they want to take the bridge, they will have to go to 2E, but there is an option to go for a swim though, because 2E, they will evacuate from the area. PE Sports, in the meantime, did see members of FW from that low ground. The PE Sports, they are lacking one of their players.
There seems to be a little bit of a flashback to yesterday. These two did quite a number of battles. But FW playing it smarter, using the slide off that elevation to cover them, not wasting any glue walls whatsoever. Mainly because they don't have many of those glue walls on them. But you can also see the flank coming on through from PE already. Nero holding the line of sight. Don't Cry flanking from the right. But he backs away as he sees no approach coming through from FW. PE Sports, they do not want to push the boundaries just yet. They want to wait for the players from the side of FW to approach them instead.
It's very slow and steady, and PE Sports, they're going to start rotating away. The circle is going to close in very soon as well, and that will force FW to go closer into the center, and I think PE Sports might have a chance to face off against them again. FW, they have a vehicle to work with, so not too big of a deal. You look at the circle placement right now, Expand will have to also make their move, and there's a good chance that they run into E-Arena and PE Sports.
Good positioning for Expand as they move towards Garrison, and that just brings them closer towards the next circle. I tell you, Hutomo is doing a lot of work for this team, and great anticipation, great foresight. Once again, 3 times in a row, 3 matches in a row, Expand has proven that they have a good read on the map as well as the circle. But PE Sports are the first one in there as they avoided FW. And now they run straight back towards FW because they think that that's going to be the better position to hold on to.
E-Arena, we have to fight through Morph Team and Mao, the first one to go down as well. Limit have all of that long range damage to work with. Maru and Raphael, very, very deadly character combination. Pew will need to hold the fort. They're going to get Mao back up, but EA, in true EA fashion, are already sprinting towards Morph Team. They will hide inside the tent as EA surrounds them from all sides, and Pew is doing a fantastic job in anchoring this area. EA, though, not deterred at all. They are at the front door of Morph Team, and they're going to come in for the pincer as well. Susanna, he's going to be able to hold himself, shut up, losing health, and instead blows himself up. The glue wall bouncing the grenade off, and EA are completely getting obliterated by Morph Team.
GG.
And that is just not the fight, EA.
I mean, Morph Team was always going to be the better ones in that engagement. I think they've proven that already from their skills yesterday. And E-Arena, they just did not have any sort of ingress towards that compound at all. And it was just such a messy fight. With Limit already so low, it was a fantastic Riptide Rhythm sent their way, taking down all of his defenses. Too easy of a finish for them. A cluster will be tossed in towards Craven, who's trying to pick up his team member. And that damages Craven even a little bit more. And Craven goes down. Wasana follows him as well. Borges chases in for Donbu. Donbu turns around. It's going to be the Charge Buster. Borges has got the M1018. One good grenade can finish off Donbu, who does quickly reposition. But it's a 2v1 Charge Buster in the hand of Dels as well. Dels with the first shot. Donbu turns around, but Dels puts him on the ground.
And just a very well-executed push by Genesis Dogma from 2 fronts as well. And by the way, off screen, that was a big nade from Nero, hitting 3 members of SBTC, and that is going to be SBTC completely wiped out. PE Esports recovering in this round 3. SBTC are still in the game. but they only have one more guy left. And you know, on the cherry on top, PE Esports have the circle.
Triple kill.
This circle, even if you do have one more player left, I don't think it's gonna do you any bit of favors. There is one vending machine, but Artemis is miles away from it. Han and Artemis right back in the mix. Alongside Tyson, they fly straight in towards the circle. Where are they gonna go? They land literally up on the hill. That's going to give them a little bit of a height advantage, but not much of artillery to work with. Morph team, on the other hand, going up against GRC. Leames peaks, and he does want to toss that nade in, and he does exactly that. Susanna goes in for the pop instead, misses it. It goes wide. Tyson finds Saming. Saming manages to wiggle out of there because he does get picked right back up, and Morph team finds Garci, but they want to abandon this fight. They do not want to get tagged up by the circle, and Susanna's going to be left high and right till the final second. He gets out as well. GRC, see you later, baby.
They're gonna use that launch pad away, but puts them straight in the line of sight of Vigo Esports. Susanna, he's struggling to get into this area, but finally finds a safe zone. And not out of the water just yet, though. Ego Esports will have the chance to kind of stop Morph team from advancing forward into the circle. They have the members advantage as well, but the circle is going to force Ego Esports into the hands of Morph team. Queen of Knee is going to get tagged out pretty low. Morph team continuing to pelt them, but they also saw GD from afar. Look at that long-range nade launcher. It's not going to connect onto GD yet.
Queen of Nye manages to sneak away from all of those launches, but it is just a matter of time. Here comes the players of Genesis Dogma as well. Artemis going to be in a little bit of trouble. He does manage to shoot at him, and Dogma, it looks like they are going to be punished by the players. Axel does manage to fight Queen of Nye. A good steal of that kill coming on through, and Expand has got a tiny little boulder to work around with. They just have to be a little careful with this, but in the meantime, all they need to do is just pause and wait and see exactly how these battles in front of them concludes.
But they need to start opening up the map a bit more, because it's open ground. You need to establish just a minor fortress for yourself. The circle is going to favor Expand a bit more compared to PE, as PE will slowly work that map. They have a good spread of members as well. You can see Dark Love on 2E on the very far eastern side. He's going to get spotted out very soon. Cluster on top of that watchtower as the last two members of SPTC trying to hold on. Expand also making their move. They're going to try to push Dark Love, and I love this movement. Dark Love is controlling a very vital area.
Dark Love should be taken out of this equation.
In the circle against PE.
And it looks like they're looking for the circle straight up. PE Sports has got the better vantage point. New K sorts out Ducklop. It is going to be too fast down on the ground. Hong Ah, beautiful snipe. And the grenade follow up as well. And New K finds a player. It is the one and only X-Roy. X-Roy circles around. Here comes the charge buster as well. Cobra for the backup. Nero has got the grenade launcher, but he gets tagged up as well. New K down on the ground. Cobra still alive. Cluster tossed on out, but that one goes absolutely wide. Cobra as well as X-Roy. X-Roy now takes that high vantage point with the clusters looking for him. It doesn't seem like he's going to go down, but the numbers are thin on the side of Expand. Cobra surrounded. X-Roy final player. This should be in the hands of PE Sports unless a miracle happens now.
Honga is holding that long range. X-Roy has to find 1v1. That is the only way he makes it out of this. But those long range support, just too much from the side of PE. And they will get the second booyah of FFSI. Great recovery after a slow round 1 and 2.
I mean, they got 4 points in round 1, 3 points in round 2, and a booyah, baby, in round 3. What a way to bounce right back. But the consistency that we were seeing out of First Raiders Eclipse, this time, it looks like Expand is bringing it to the plate. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from the boys. Not stumbling, but keeping that pace up. PE Sports did have the better vantage point initially, though. Remember, you were saying they needed to move up front first, take that initiative to set up a good bunker, to set up a good defensive point. But it wasn't them that went in for the move, it was PE Sports.
Yeah, PE, they felt the need to move first, right? You can see how decisive PE were. They were just fighting through the teams, and that boulder was what allowed PE to get the first drop onto Expand.
Yeah.
Expand had to fight 3v4 the entire time. And I would say it's an admirable attempt. You know, they survived for very long. I think PE took a while to clean them up. A lot of respect in that final fight. And overall, just a good recovery if you are PE Sports, because you had a slow game 1 and 2. This is probably one of the highlights. Not a clutch, but, you know, noteworthy highlight. Special mention.
It's a funny one.
It's a funny one.
Wastu Mundo. Blazer 10 It was a good attempt for him to get away, GTA style, but it wasn't going to go his way at all as the vehicles this time round, after a few updates, have become extremely weak. I think the last time where we saw the vehicles being attacked was like, what, 2 years ago?
Don't remind me, AJ. 2 years ago, we had Vector Akimbo. Okay, that was not fun.
It wasn't. It was. I mean, to a certain degree, it was. But this was the boulder that we were talking about. And the initiative that PE Sports took initially should have been the one that Expand took. But they were a little too scared to make that decision, too scared to push on up forth. They were hearing all of those gunshots. And the fact that nobody was in or around their vicinity should have been a clear sign for them to move on up and acquire that spot for themselves.
Now, when we look at, I think, the last 5 to 6 teams, you can see the position of PE is a bit more balanced, right? A bit more spread out.
Yes.
A lot more ways for them to move around. Whereas for Expand, they were all clumped up together behind a boulder. And in front of them is open ground. So you have to be very cautious when you make these moves. And I think for Expand, they just didn't want to take that risk.
Yeah.
But they still finished second. So it's not the worst for Expand, but definitely a slower round for them. At the end of the day, seeing Expand having good placement at the end is enough for now.
Enough? No, it's more than enough. For me, I think they're exceeding expectations, because this is pretty much similar to what First Raiders were doing. Not getting the boo, yeah. But as long as you're finishing in top 3, nobody can complain about the performance, right? Because remember, historically speaking, data-wise, this is a team that rises up, gets the booyah, and then clunks out with 0 points in the following round. It has happened time and time again. They have proven that it's not going to happen anymore. So good on them. We just want to see this a few more times. But PE Sports bouncing back from 2 miserable rounds, that's a solid highlight. Let's take a look at the team stats as well for PE Sports. 2,688 damage from Nero, and he gets 8 eliminations to his name. This guy had a monstrous round.
There was a hidden highlight of that round as well, where he took out 3 members of SBTC with 1 single nade. And that was only captured on the kill feed, unfortunately.
This is the record.
But majority of the damage came from that, right? From the nade. And yeah, you're right. This is a record. A booyah plus 14 elimination. Oh, actually not 16. A record. It's 16?
8 plus 6? Oh, sorry, 14. Yeah, okay.
It's not a new record. It's 26.
No, 26,
it's a second highest record.
Second highest.
Don't worry. I know we've had this conversation.
Remember, I walked out of the math hall.
Yeah, you were the smartest guy. You walked out first.
The first one. My paper was so good. I should have gotten 100, but I used invisible ink.
Yeah, you handled it so fast. The examiner was like...
The examiner got confused.
Yeah, you got confused. That was a highlight play.
Surprisingly, New K was not the biggest damage dealer this time round. Yesterday, he was on a whole other level of gameplay for this guy. I mean, he was popping off left, right, center, but it was a slower day for New K. Hopefully, he does manage to recover a little bit, because I think the biggest reason why PE Sports is not really popping off today is because he's not having the greatest day.
But you can look at it from another perspective. I think it is fine, because you look at the characters, the lineup that New K went for, right? Very supportive lineup.
Yeah.
You have Steffi, you have Capella, you have Luna. These are all very supportive characters, and he's just there to boost his team. And this allowed Nero to really pop off in this round, running a super offensive composition. And at the end, he was the guy who got 8 eliminations after all. So you are looking at a slightly different archetype, but this is what makes a team good. You don't have just one star player, you have different players that can step up when they have a good day.
And that's exactly what some of the top teams are well known for, right? I mean, if you're only going to be depending on one superstar within your squad, and that guy clunks out super early, you're not going to be rising up to the occasion at all, let alone getting into that final circle. PE Sports not faced with a situation like that at all. Everybody steps out. And one of the best players was Hong Ah, because he got a very crucial knockdown in that final circle against Expand.
It is very annoying when you are playing these long range and there's no answer to that, right? You are going to have a good time. Obviously, the MVP is Nero. No questions about that. His favorite weapon, a grenade that absolutely obliterated SBTC Esports' chance in round number 2. And you can even see when they got the booyah, this guy popped off so hard because he knew that he was the best performing player in Game 3.
You get Homer, you set him out, you see exactly where the drone is moving towards, you know the rough vicinity, especially in that final circle. You've got Beasted with the extra range for all of your throwables. All you need to do is send a few grenades in a small little package to your opponents to knock them out of the round. 8 eliminations, no problem for Nero. I'm sure he's capable of more.
And we are also seeing a bit of a different I wouldn't say meta per se, but different character combinations, right? Yesterday, we didn't see much Luna. We didn't see much Raphael. We didn't even see much Maru. But today, we're seeing a lot more that lesser J beeps, at least for the winning teams. So I love the shift. I love what Group C is bringing to the table. Their own rendition or playstyle. And it just so happens that most of the Group C teams are running almost the same meta. But for the top damage weapons, AWM, the M82B, and AC80. Again, long range is the name of the game.
M82B, you gotta love the weapon, man. You gotta absolutely love what it does within the game. Vehicles, anti-material, through glue walls, this is your baby. AC80, extra damage, 2 consecutive shots towards the head. AWM, one of the stronger snipers out there on the battlefield. You're not gonna be messing with these snipers anytime soon. No surprise whatsoever that the top damage dealing weapons are the snipers for sure.
The best part about the AC80 is it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Some people would argue it's kind of like you can compare that Swiss Army knife analogy to a woodpecker, but when you look at majority of the pickup rate, I think AC80 just does a bit more in terms of damage, right? A bit more versatile in most of the situations.
Because it also fares well in close quarters combat.
Exactly. So
Woodpecker, on the other hand, you get that armor penetration, but it's more of a mid to long range weapon that doesn't really come in handy when you're going face to face against anyone.
Exactly. And we look at the match standings. It's PE Esports with 26 points, the second highest record we had so far at FFSI, 14 total eliminations and a booyah to top it all off. SBTC, well, despite getting a lot of the teammates wiped out by Nero themselves, still makes it into 4th place in terms of placement, right? Bagging 8 eliminations along the way. Genesis Dogma having a 14-point run. Ego Esports finally stepping up to the plate. And they've Expand making 11 points out of this round.
And that's a little bit of a surprise because I think Expand was playing that round way too scared. And this is something that I know the team has worked on in the past, which they have not fixed clearly. Because they knew that after rising up to the top, after getting the booyah, they didn't want to go back to their old ways of losing early. So they want to get into that circle, into the final circle, as safe as possible. But you have to understand that there needs to be a clear balance between your safe place as well as the aggression. And the aggression can come out, especially towards that final circle. A little bit more of the initiative towards the ending part of the match could have made sure they rank a little bit higher. But nothing much to worry about because for the time being, they are still in that 2nd spot. But they have to be really careful. You've got PE Sports, you've got First Raiders Eclipse, as well as GRC Aphrodite hot on your heels. But the number 1 spot is still held on by Genesis Dogma SF. And we didn't really dial down into this story. We kind of touched on it yesterday. Genesis Dogma SF, this was the team from Indonesia during their group stage. They scraped through the grand finals because the top 12 moves on into the finals. They got the 12th spot. And when the grand finals came along, they finished as the number 1 seed out of Indonesia.
Oh, yes.
I mean, this is the Phoenix of Indonesia right here.
Yeah, this is a team that got into the grand finals with a 7-point lead in 12th spot and won the grand finals with a 2-point lead over First Raiders Eclipse. And I think they're showing their worth really, really fast just with 3 rounds of performance. Again, right, if you say First Raiders Eclipse were consistent, so far Genesis Dogma SF have been proving that consistency just as well as First Raiders.
But Vasto Mundo though?
E-Arena though.
Still doing better than Vasto Mundo.
That's a given. But I get where you're coming from, right? I mean, Vasto Mundo, 8 points out of 3 rounds. That's an average of just 2-point-ish points every round. There are 2 rounds where they got 0, which is... I don't know how to... I'm worried, I'm in a spot where at first I'm in disbelief, then I'm in shock, and now I'm grieving.
Don't cry just yet. I think Vasto Mundo still has a good chance because at the end of the day, you just need to make sure you're not the bottom 5 teams. At the moment, though, they are clunking out at the bottom, but we still have, I think, half of today and 2 more full days for Vasto Mundo to recover from this unfortunate situation. And they are a world-class team that I believe can get it done, but that's only if they can solve, I think, a little bit of infighting at the moment. You see a little bit of unhappiness in the faces, but we'll find out if they fix that when we come back from a quick short break.
Em được tin
80%, bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy EVOS Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển EVOS Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق اللي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับ อีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كوما دي كاب.
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก 2 สมัยครับ ก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับ อะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับ ก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับ แล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดัน ก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับ เจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนัก แต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่า และศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
Play games.
Em tự tin 80%, bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích
của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy FFSI Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch như mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển FFSI Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยูเหรอพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกันเปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับอีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كوما دي خاب.
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Welcome back to the FreeFire SEA Invitationals. We are past the halfway point of day number 2. That means we will go to Nextera next for our 4th round of the evening. My name is Husky. Once more, you're with me and also the Mustachio AJ to bring you guys the rest of the action. And so far, we are still seeing unique booyahs for all the teams. Well, some of them got their second booyah after Morph team and PE Sports, but Expand put one on the map, very consistent. We saw GRC also doing pretty well. Genesis, Dogma, SF, incredibly consistent.
Yes.
But we are also seeing some teams consistently at the bottom. Vasto Mundo.
I'm gonna send all of my good vibes towards Vasto Mundo, but they need to stop fighting with each other and start fighting with everybody else out there on the battlefield.
Wrong enemies, you know.
Yeah, wrong enemies, right? I know. They gotta work together instead of fight against each other, because that's the only way you get into that final circle and you get to walk away with a smile on their faces, right? But of course, at the end of the day, it's proving to be quite the tough lobby. Even a team like First Raiders Eclipse cannot maintain the solid consistency that they brought in yesterday into day 2.
But for First Raiders Eclipse, you can argue that out of 8 rounds, they had 7 good rounds and 1 bad one. You still have a 95% success rate. So for First Raiders Eclipse, I don't think they will feel too bad about it. So far, they are still considered the most consistent team that we have. We'll see if that continues into Nextera, because you were telling me it is going to be a rough map for some of these teams.
Most definitely, right? And I think that was evident even from yesterday. I mean, obviously, we've been seeing Nextera in the competition for quite a while now, for the past 2 months. But yesterday just proved to be a little bit of a slower pace because of all of the extra buildings just scattered all around the map. You really have to be vigilant. And this is exactly where we're going to see more of those homers being used, just so that they get that extra bit of information early.
I'll never forget the triple homer. That is one of my favorite FW esports. Really putting,
you can't go wrong.
You can't go wrong. Well, you can go wrong, but if you are getting the kills, obviously, that's a different story.
Then you didn't go wrong.
Then they didn't go wrong. Why are we discussing this at all?
At the end of the day, of course, there's the rise and the fall to all of the teams, but we want to focus our attention to the teams who are not really doing all that too well. E-Arena, from their miserable performance yesterday, seems to have found a little bit of a better stride in here today, but it's not perfected just yet.
No, not at all. Out of the first 3 rounds, they only had 1 good round. The other 2 was still very underwhelming. You have Vasto Mundo. I think we've gone through that team many, many times. We'll give them a rest.
Yes.
The Group C teams, SBTC Esports, 2 Eagles, and Magic Esports, they are also struggling.
Yes, they most definitely are, right? And I expected Magic Esports to do a little bit better, but the kind of situations that they were stumbling on into was just a little unfortunate. Every single time, after they're done looting, as they want to try to step out of their compound, they just happen to stumble upon a big team and get snuffed out a little bit prematurely. And I think one time it was also a hot drop, so that was a little unfortunate for them. But we want to see exactly what's going to happen in Nextera, though, because hopefully no hot drops this time around.
I think the biggest surprise to me so far from Group C is SBTC Esports. And we talked about they were formerly HQ Esports, 12th place at the last World Series. Same roster coming into FFSI, just under a different banner.
Yes.
So far, they have not shown up at all. And it's very worrying, because this is a team that when we looked at the team-to-team comparison, they are vastly behind FW Esports, which was the sample size we were looking at. And we even went as far as saying that this is a team that is not very flashy when you compare them to Team Flash. Not very aggressive when you compare them to Team Flash. It felt like they were just average, but the performance so far is less than average. They have been completely ran over in the first 3 rounds.
I mean, at least they're not doing as bad as 2 Eagles because, 2 Eagles Esports, 2E. 2E had a rougher start, if you ask me. I think it was just unfortunate decision-making coming through from them, and luck just happens to be on the other side of the map. Always not on their side. And hopefully this kind of changes for some of these teams. In comparison to day 1, which was just hot matches back and back to back to back, day 2 seems to be a little bit of a slower pace.
Oh yes.
Which should be a blessing for a majority of these teams, because you don't need to keep up such a high pace of back-to-back battles. When you run low on resources, that's exactly when all of your defenses are down. But even with the slower pace, some teams are struggling a tad bit here.
And we also see teams that are playing fast yesterday also playing fast today, right? Very good example are the 3 Indonesian teams. First Raiders, Genesis Dogma, GRC Aphrodite, they were all very teams that take initiative. PE Sports also doing the same. FW, a Morph team, in fact the entire Indonesian region are just playing as if it's a fast game.
Yeah.
But at least for PE Sports, at least for FW Esports, they are also trying their very best. Everyone else is just taking it slower than we're used to. And I think this benefits the teams that take initiative, right?
Yeah.
You look at the heat map from round number 3. Big reason why Expand didn't get to win that round was because PE Esports were just so much more active in taking control of Final Circle. And if this trend continues, that is the next roadblock that Expand needs to go through. And when we look at Nextera, hopefully Expand can overcome this hurdle.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's the lack of initiative that kind of prevented the booyah, the back-to-back booyah for Expand. But hopefully we do see a little bit more effort from them in this next match. This is going to be game number 4. And although the matches have been a little slow pace, the day has actually been going pretty quickly. And at least I feel the day has been moving on a little quick in here. But it is going to, of course, be a
time lapse from the previous
a time lapse. And this is the heat map that you were talking about earlier on as well. You see very early on, Expand had good compound within Forest Red. Nobody else disturbing them at all. But PE Sports, they were very quickly moving in from Snowfall into Militia. They spotted out Morph team and they said, okay, thank you very much. We're not going to mess with you just yet. Backs away to Snowfall, moves into Garrison. Circle follows them, and then they meet Morph once again. What do? They back away. FW drops by. They do not show the aggression. They back away from FW first. They spot out Expand. They don't fight with Expand. They go back to focus on FW. And this is the kind of on-the-fly decision-making that made PE so aggressive.
They were caught in the middle. They fought their way out, and this is where I want everyone to keep their eyes on, right? Look at the difference between Expand and PE. PE actively took control of the entire circle.
Yeah.
And Expand, for the entirety of that sequence, they were behind the same boulder that they were at, few minutes earlier. And that was one of the main reasons, right? I mentioned that they need to start taking control.
Yeah.
Use those glue walls. You need to establish some sort of base, some sort of checkpoint to even have a chance. Because if you let these crucial positions go away and you lose one member in the final circle, chances that you are not going to get the booyah. And PE Sports show that in a very perfect execution from that time lapse alone.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a tad bit disappointed with the final approach of Expand. Because like you said, lack of initiative, right? They could have approached that. And yes, there was a lot of control being taken over by PE Sports, which also meant they were distracted all throughout that sequence of moments where Expand could have gone and set up their base of defense. And at the end of the day, it was that hilltop that gave the advantage to PE Sports over Expand. That bird's eye view just happened to be the booyah dealer.
You look at the elimination, right? Expand got second place, sure. They only got 2 eliminations.
Yeah.
That's how slow that round was for Expand. They did not make any move at all.
Yeah.
I think, I still give them the benefit of doubt. Again, first day for Expand on the regional stage. It's, compared to last time, I think this is slightly better than when we've seen them. So there's still a lot more chance for them to prove themselves, right? Second half of the day. But when you look back at some of the other teams, especially the experienced one, I think we have to talk about SPTC once more. You were comparing them to Eagle Esports. You say Eagle Esports, they're having a rougher start. But when you compare the members and how the veterancy, SPTC, they have a plethora of experience.
Yes,
they have won an Asia Championship before. They have went to FFWS before. Eagle Esports, this is their first debut. You can kind of put that aside and be like, yeah, the jitters get to them. But for SPTC, they got to step up.
I mean, I'm not going to use that as a benchmark because Vasto Mundo has been to the World Series. So, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I want to say, right? So, good on SPTC, but I think the Eagles are in a better position to outplay them. But of course, that has to be what we see out there on the scoreboard later down the line as well. But as we continue with the day, it is going to be a tough one at Nextera if you do not play the game of information very early on. It's going to be very, very difficult if you do not have Beaston on your side as well, because you will need that extra bit of distance when you're lobbing all of those grenades over these walls.
Oh, you definitely do. And on Nextera, Homer intel becomes so much more important. There's so many combos to work with. It does get a bit claustrophobic when you're surrounded by an urban jungle. In this case, that was where we saw the homers really shine. And I am expecting the same as well. Again, we are seeing some of these teams bringing in the Rafael, bringing in the Maro. I don't think we'll see Maro though. It's long range. not really the name of the game when we talk about Nextera, but the teams, I am still looking forward to teams like E-Arena, teams like SPTC, teams like Vasto Mundo to put something on the board.
Let's see if or not that is going to happen, of course. Very fair flight path from Graph Labs all the way down to Mortar Ruins. Full map opened up. Question is, who's going to be our lucky contender to take a hot drop? Everybody's taking their time now. Finally, as they hop on out of this initial flight, it's going to be Morph Team first, taking quick control over Turbine and also spreading out towards Museum. This is a very interesting move coming on through from them. And Team Expand is out of the flight as well. We want to see exactly where they go. Plazaria is going to be taken over by Vasto Mundo. They have to be careful, though, because a very aggressive team is right behind them in Genesis Dogma, who obviously will have to cross through Plazaria to get in towards the next circle. But the circle is not going to be too far away from them. So this is going to be a saving grace for Vasto Mundo at the start.
For Expand, they are very close to PE Esports. There's a bunker, so it would be a point of contention for them. But you have Magic Esports and First Raiders Eclipse dropping around the same area. And Wasana, he's going to get the first elimination. So FR once more off to a rougher start. And off screen, you have Raz, GRC, actually getting Dian from Ego Esports as well. So 2 players have already been knocked out with Lobby. This is the start of the match, so you can't easily get that revive. For Magic Esports, the fact that they are pushing FR back means they will get more control of this high-tier loot zone.
Magic Esports, one elimination's not going to be enough for them. They won a few more. E-Arena will not be happy to give it away, but I don't think they have much of a choice. Neo thought he could get away, but the SMG finds his head. Alankon will walk away with 1 elimination. Han could have responded, but the Mag 7 is not going to have the kind of range, especially because Alankon's upstairs. He hears the footsteps, but doesn't bother doing anything because he's more intent on fixing himself up first. Jamelo from the other side, for the side of FW, both keeping an eye on Han, and Han is just playing this smart, just waiting for a little bit of backup before he does anything.
Potato, he's going to get swarmed by the entirety of Magic Esports. So Potato also taken out as well.
Oh, Han.
Magic Esports going up to a slightly better start. Meanwhile, FW not done just yet with SPTC. They're going to try and run the rest of SPTC down. Tyson will bring Neo back. SPTC can keep on going. And they will have to sacrifice Handle. He is in the front line, healing himself back up just for now. And Gimelo is playing this pretty safe as well.
Han does have the advantage here. The auto shotgun should be able to chug out those bullets a little bit faster than this M1887. That range isn't going to do him all that too much. Lozzie backs away. Magic Esports on the hunt. Dark Call did get teased just a little bit. Saming rotates around as well. Donbu has got his back turned against North. And what a flick from Donbu. 180 and North goes down.
Barely scratched him as well. Craven in the meantime finds Lozzie as FR continues to get pummeled by the likes of Magic Esports. Darko once again North back. The time turner just about run up, just about time. North does drop down. Wasana will getting ambushed by Darko. He's trying to hold his team together. But Saming will eliminate him. North also goes down. FR losing majority of their team. But thankfully, there is still a survivor.
Magic Esports, just talked about them, and they work in the Magic pretty well out there. In the blue circle, high tier loot zone. Getting good command of this area. PE Sports have not managed to take the fight out of Expand just yet. Roy did get taken down earlier, but a quick recovery as he gets purchased right back into this play. UK backs away alongside Nero. Don't Cry is a little too far away from the rest of the team members, and this is where Axel can excel. Long shots, New K. He pressures too fast first. X-Roy doesn't want to back away from this. AUG does have that range, but it's got to be that Scar that they are afraid of. Too fast, tagged up once again. 2 players both focusing their shots in, and Hawang gets the shot from afar.
You have a member of FW nearby this area as well, and I think for Expand, they wanted to take control of the revival zone. They just can't do it. Axel gets a good response onto New K. Both teams trading 1-for-1. Hongang is going to have to lock down this area all on his own.
Oh.
And FW, they are watching this unfold. And Roy, he is in a very, very crucial spot.
Roy can't step out. Cobra and Axel, they are all on their own. Don't Cry and Nero moving on in to get this finish, and Hao Ang's going to back them up as well. Cobra has got his eyes on them. Axel brings Too Fast right back into the mix, but he's not going to drop anywhere near. He has to back away. But that's a little unfortunate because now's the time where Expand needs all of that backup. Arena, on the other hand, on quick pursuit. SBTC brings one player right back in here. Neo, but he's not going to survive all that too long. Arena with the third elimination.
For PE, they were able to bring their member back as well. Nuke gets revived. Axel, though, he will get rushed by two members of PE Sports. Nuke dropping right on top of it. They really want Axel gone. They might be able to find him. He is completely isolated. And Huang Ang even providing suppressive fire from afar. So Axel will be sacrificed. Expand not in a good spot at all. This mud site slowly getting controlled by PE Sports.
Cobra backs away. His back spotted out though. Don't cry. Just misses a couple of shots because of that animation as he flies out of the window. But a good backup from Nero puts Cobra down onto the ground. But remember, Too Fast got brought right back in. He is beside a vending machine. He can buy back the rest of the boys. But he needs to play this timing right. You buy them outside of the circle, they are going to get damaged. And by the time PE Sports spots them, there's no way the boys are even going to land. They will be taken out. Vastomundo now, this is a big fight. Going up against a very strong team in FW. I hope Vastomundo survives this.
It's not even a fight, AJ. It's a 4 versus 1. Crusher, he's going to get sacrificed to the Lions, unfortunately. The rest of Vastomundo actually gets one, gets Aloncorn. They need a finisher, and they just cannot get that. The Aloncorn gets brought back up. FW with 5 eliminations, and the rest of Vastomundo, they are out of there.
Vastomundo gonna continue beating themselves up over some very soft plays. Nunes finds X-Roy out of nowhere. Don't cry snuffs him out. X-Roy is just gonna be crawling out there on the ground. And Nero collects that point as well in terms of elimination. PE Sports hustling out there on the battlefield.
Oh, they are getting free points for themselves, for sure.
They're earning it though.
They definitely are. I mean, PE Sports and Expand, they have been locked in this battle for quite a while. A Morph team, on the other hand, there is someone on that ground floor, I believe it's GRC.
If he steals that point away as soon as someone else gets the knock, I'm not a fan of that. But if he takes the elimination on the guy that got the knock and then claims that guy's knock as well, that's fair play.
I take every point I can get. You know, it's not about the method. There's no fair play in Battle Royale.
3 of 9 brought his full squad right back. The GRC has got a better viewpoint. Up on top, Liam with the Woodpecker. Armor penetration is all he's gonna need. Izagod is in a lot of trouble, but he does have the SVD in hand. And it will be able to do the damage. You can see Groza from the other side.
What?
Jan, what a backstab. That was just a little unfortunate. Raz now does manage to show up, but Ducklop, it is going to be his Groza that puts Raz down on the ground. A good nade tossed up against Liam, but it looks like he does not have the beast, and that nade just falls a little bit too short.
And actually, I think it's Ma'au that steals that kill away. So Eagle Esports, they did all that work for nothing. There's a launch pad if they want to use it to get on top of Frowntopia's roof. They're not going to do it yet. PE Esports cleaning up the members of Vastomundo again. Blazer 10, the next to go. And so far, PE Esports, you know, they have still going. The glue all melted from Liam. And Queen of 9, he will now go onto the roof. 1 versus 1 against Liam. And Liam has to win this one. You can't concede control over to Eagle Esports. In fact, at GRC, they are pretty separated.
Liam, Queen of 9. 2 of these players. Queen of 9 just wasting a little bit too much. Double revolver fails as well. Izagod runs away. He doesn't have much of a choice. And Liam just absolutely toasting the boys from the side of 2E. Izagod, Declop. He just drops down, hoping and praying for Izagod to help him out. And Liam gets knocked down out of nowhere. Izagod, truly a god at this moment. Waiting for Dark Love to just circle on around. SVD in hand. 18D is going to help Liam right back up. It's a 2v2. Let's see if or not Izagod is going to be able to finish this off. M1014 in hand. Liam's going to be toast. 18D comes right back. And this is where Dark Love can shine.
Yeah, 18D can't reach him because he's outside the building. And he didn't get shot out of nowhere. He fell and broke both his ankles. And just like that, GRC, the first team to get eliminated from this round. Unfortunately, the first round where they had an early exit. Meanwhile, E-Arena, they're gonna have PE Esports on their hand. Nero getting completely spammed that, knocked down by Fixer from behind. E-Arena having 4 points already. still gunning for more. PE Sports not in a position to really help Nero, unfortunately, and they will have to give Nero away. E-Arena having massive control. They're still pushing forward though. Nuke the next one to go, and E-Arena finds 2 kills.
Eagle Esports, they really owe Izagod. Guy backs them up, makes sure he does not get his whole squad eliminated, and then revives them as well. They owe him big time. Surely dinner for tonight at least. PE Sports on the other hand. And 2E's back at it this time. It's going to be first Raiders, and they take away 2 lives. Dark Hall and North, they both go down. Griff Nye is on fire alongside Daeon.
E-Arena also doing pretty well so far. Genesis Dogma SF. Now on the screen, they have to deal with more team. PE is nearby this area. They will see this unfold, but Genesis Dogma, they have a very decent spot to work with. Close to the center of the circle, alongside Morph team. I think these 2 squads will hold on to their respective compounds for the next few minutes. It's going to be quite congested though. We're 11 minutes in and we still have 11 teams alive.
Expand ever so slowly inching towards this next circle, but they cannot waste a lot of time. They don't have to go for a swim. They can use that platform to get on across, but it will have to be quite the hustle. Genesis Dogma, 1 elimination already in hand. Morph team in the house right beside them, but no sort of ingress in terms of their shot, no line of sight whatsoever. Someone give the guy a stool to stand on.
And First Raiders again knocked out in 11th place. Second round in a row where they didn't get to do much.
GG.
And GD starts firing at E-Arena and Riptide Rhythm. Actually off the mark just by a little bit. A lot of pressure put onto E-Arena, who are desperately spamming those glue walls. Potato gets knocked out in the open. And even FW, they are going to take this opportunity as well. As Borges, he's going to knock out Potato for the 3rd time as Along Kong finds limit. E-Arena are in a rough spot.
Rough spot's an understatement at the moment. At Expand gets eliminated in the 10th spot. I don't even know who took them out of the equation. Hopefully it's not the circle because of a little bit of a delayed circling on in towards this next zone. Morph team still sticking to their defensive spot, not climbing out, not checking out all of these fights just yet, waiting for that final moment. Magic Esports continues the onslaught. Susanna gets Neo. Morph team finally doing a little bit of hustle from in there, and it's gonna be Donbu claiming that 1 final point, but no, gets stolen away as well.
EA also knocked out. They got pressured by 2 different teams. It is impossible to move forward. They use all their glue walls, but to no avail. I think Vasamundo are still in the game. Luca is alive. Meanwhile, for Magic Esports, around Saming actually getting the initial tag onto one of the members of Eagle Esports. No finisher just yet. Donbu also on ground floor, and you have 2 members of Eagle Esports just perched on top of that tower.
Genesis Dogma in the perfect spot, if you ask me. Barely needed to move, and now FW lands on their roof. Genesis Dogma cannot do anything about this just yet. Borges down on the ground. Luca 04, Vastomundo finally showing up towards this final circle here. Let's see if they can make a little bit of noise. But no matter how much noise they make, they better keep their heads above the water because 8 more teams alive and kicking. They need to stay away from all of the gunfights if possible and just steal away a couple of points. FW, they find Mbot. Morph team now biting the bullets, and FW is just eating them up one after the other.
And UK, actually from outside the circle, the last man alive, even took down Along Karn, so some minor damage dealt to FW before PE themselves gets knocked out. FW continues to push onto the 3rd floor. That's the attic, looking for the remnants of Morph team. 3 versus 3. It's going to be a very tight fight. This compound very crucial for the survival of the teams. As FW, 9-pan, throws up the nade, ice grenade, trying to break through all the glue walls. But again, if there's one thing we know about Morph team, is that they're very good at these compound defense.
Genesis Dogma still staying silent and good on Vastomundo for hiding away. But as I say that, Crusher and Nunes, they get knocked down onto the ground, and Saming's the guy who's getting all of the damage dealt towards Vastomundo out in the open. Riptide Rhythm comes on through, but Vastomundo, they cannot get away. They all get annihilated in that 7th spot.
Genesis Dogma even tried to steal some eliminations with that cluster. Couldn't find it though. And now Magic Esports, they are out in the open. You have Tyson from SBTC, last man alive, but look at that congested area. It's just FW against Morph team over and over again. Susanna has a grenade launcher, doesn't even get to use it. FW finds control of the compound.
And this is the chaotic thing about Nextera. So many of these defensive compound to work with. You've got so many survivors towards that final circle, all thanks to that extra bit of defense that these walls provide. And now Yoss out in the open. Donbu with the Groza. Back and forth those shots. But he has to go in there for the reload. Nobody's taking down that glue wall just yet. And that just protects the players on the side of Genesis Dogma enough to get that recovery and back away. But the player down on the ground yet again, all thanks to 9fan from across. It's going to be the car that's getting the damage done alongside the powerful out of Jimelo, and they bite the dust finally. FW now going up against Magic Esports. Magic Esports had a great start, and now they want to finish off FW.
And they have the numbers in their favor as well. You can see the glue wall melters all thrown up by Magic Esports. FW will have 15 eliminations. They're going to get challenged right now. Naipan going in for the interception, and they're going to make first contact. Magic Esports running in for the overwhelming odds over FW's. Craven is going to be able to get his health back up as Saming turns the corner looking for Naipan. He has Gimelo there to help him out as well, but Wasana has already gotten that first elimination, and Magic Esports just slowly but surely whittling down the numbers of FW as Eagle Esports, yeah, Queen of Nice, single-handedly keeping that team alive on top of his watchtower. Can he really do it?
I think he can.
There is a chance he can do it.
Queen of Nine.
Yeah. There's no way, right? There is no way he wins.
There is potential here.
He has no medkit, by the way.
For Queen of Nine to get this. Wasana outside of the circle.
No way.
Just needs to survive long enough.
No medkits, AJ.
Help him out. Yes, no medkit. Everybody else is topping their health right back up here. They've got the medkits to survive. Queen of Nine.
There's no way he wins this, right?
Come on, let's see, bro.
There's no way he wins this.
He's dead center.
He has no help.
Come on.
He has no help.
Come on.
No medkit, AJ.
No, they're all topping it up. Queen of Nine goes down. MGE. 15 points, 27. They cannot break the record just because of the annoying Queen of Nine up on top of the tower. They almost did it, though.
Even if Magic Esports did not have medkits, it doesn't matter. They had 230 max HP. Queen of Nine only has 200. He will still be the first to go.
I knew they were going to get the booyah. I wanted them just to break the freaking record.
No one has been able to break it so far.
27 is the curse of FFSI so far. 27 is the limit where everybody's reaching. No one's been able to break it just yet. And Magic Esports, I'm very sure, is very annoyed with that. They're like, we are going to set a brand new record. We're going to make a name for ourselves. Magic Esports, but no. Denied, boys, denied. But a solid booyah either way.
Usually you can't surrender yourself to the blue, but this is one of the few instances where there's a very justifiable reason for him to commit Sudoku. I mean, it's a good attempt. It's never going to work, but it's a good attempt, for the spectacle. And
let's commit Sudoku.
Seppuku, but Sudoku is a joke, AJ. It's a global joke.
It's not.
It is. I think our timelines don't.
Yeah.
It's not a joke of your time.
It's not. It's definitely not. Sudoku for me is where old people sit down and write numbers on a piece of paper.
Yes, I'll introduce you to more millennial stuff. Millennial.
Okay, young boy.
Millennial jokes.
Esports, they had quite a rough one out here today. But MGE, they were on fire from the very start. I am hella sure they wanted more from that round. And 2E was just a little too rambunctious for them. And Vasto Mundo finally managing to look at that final circle, but not being able to do much about the final circle.
Again, outclassed at the very end, right? Well, at least for Eagle Esports, they know that this round they are going to finish second. And there's no way around that. But for Magic Esports, they play 4 rounds. This is one of the better rounds. So I'll take it. I'll take the booyah. A bit anticlimactic, but for Magic Esports, that 15 elimination. So what the heck, right?
My MVP is Queen of Nine. That's it. The guy cracked me up.
We had
was having fun up there on the tower.
We have a lot of comedic plays today.
Too many, right? And I absolutely love it. But Magic Esports, once again, they came out of the gate. They were bustling in this round. Nextera was always going to be theirs. But once again, the annoying thing about Nextera is just going to be so many of those compounds, so many of those buildings, just proving to be the solid fortress of teams. Genesis Dogma, they made that their home. In fact, if you had given them a little bit more time, they would have brought in some beds and they would have slept there.
Yeah, and we said that the compounds are very important, right? That's why you see more Team and FW just fighting for days on end. Genesis Dogma, they were trying to stick their hand in a lot of different cookie jars and they got punished for it. Magic Esports was the team that was fighting from the outside all the way until that Booyah. And this, again, is their first debut on an international stage. So this Booyah is a big morale boost for them.
And that's something that Vastamundo should have done. They should have either tried to go out there looking for a few eliminations, alternatively, get into one of those defensive compounds. They were just sitting out there like sitting ducks, literally just erecting those glue walls. And all you need is one solid Riptide rhythm. And you were technically surrounded by so many teams. So once again, an unfortunate round for Vastamundo, but that all comes down to decision making for them. Sa Ming is the MVP, well-deserved MVP, 6 eliminations to his name, double of what Don Bu has through 3,315 damage.
Yeah, Sa Ming was laughing when they won that round. Like they knew that the last guy was on the tower, and it was like, guys, come in, group huddle, start healing up, start patching yourself up, get that region running before the blue zone touches us. And very justifiable pop-off at the end. Well, not much of a pop-off, but just a very happy celebration. Again, the record is 27, and Magic Esports is the 3rd team to hit that record.
Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because they could have just broken the record. They could have. One more was all that was needed, but that one more was up on a tower, memeing his way to the end.
He tried. I think if he had a medkit, he probably would have had an extra 1% chance. But the fact that he had no medkit, I think he knows that he's just gonna roll the die. And when we look at the Team Cup, we talk about this, right? Triple homer. Wow. There it is. Once more, Magic Esports, triple homer and a chrono. Normally we would see the Steffi, that's what FW brought in yesterday. But this one, they decided to bring in the chrono instead.
I think it's a fair setup coming through for Nextera. Once again, I don't want to be a broken record, but just way too many of these compounds that can hide away your opponents. Having a homer kind of direct you in the rough trajectory of where you can find an opponent is going to be extremely useful. And you saw how aggressive Magic Esports was throughout the whole game. They were on hunt mode, and all thanks to the homer through Donbu, Sa Ming, as well as Craven, they were able to do exactly that. And if push came to shove, one of them gets knocked down, that's exactly where Wasana shows up, pulls out the Chronos Time Turner and stops the damage, picks them right back up, erects a couple of blue walls, everybody's safe, getting into the final circle together.
And they even ran, I believe, 2 Luna as well. So Magic Esports, they have a lot of utility that assisted them in getting this Booyah. Of course, you have Sa Ming, our MVP of this round number 4, running the homer. And once more, we are seeing a lot more Maro. We're seeing the Moko. We're also seeing the Rafael have a sniper rifle as a weapon. At the end of the day, long-range intel is going to be the name of the tournament. So no surprise right there. But Sa Ming, he really did shine this round.
There's a pretty butterfly on his neck as well.
Oh yeah, I love it.
I don't know.
I
don't know how I would look with a butterfly on my neck.
One of the few things that I like.
Don't think it'll match my face all that too much.
No, I don't think. I think a dragon would match that. Maybe not a dragon. Maybe a snake. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I would go for a snake.
Yeah, you would go for a snake.
I don't know if I'm a neck tattoo kind of guy though.
I don't think so. I think you do better with your sleeve, and your sleeve looks just fine.
Yeah.
One of the few things I do like is, I prefer, when I go to tournaments and I look at the players, sometimes I kind of pay a little bit of attention to the accessories they have, maybe the earrings that they wear, the chains that they have, something like the tattoo. It kind of exemplifies that personality for the players.
Well, let's see, of course, exactly how much more can MGE bring out into these matches, because it was a decent first round. Not great second and third round, but a good backup in this 4th round here at Nextera. But the popular weapons, we switch right back here. AC-80, the #1 weapon used out there on the battlefield for Nextera, followed by the Woodpecker and the RGS-50. I mean, the slugs, those nades out of the RGS-50, there's just no fix for that, man. You face it, you're going to get obliterated.
And this is where when you run Alvaro, when you run Beaston, wow, RGS-50, that is your go-to weapon. I said, right, AC-80 and Woodpecker, they are going to be side by side. The Swiss Army knife, and we see them in a popular weapon.
Yeah. And, I would definitely pick the AC-80 over the Woodpecker any time of the day. But the woodpecker is very useful in terms of its utility. Armor penetration is going to give you that extra bit of damage across the battlefield and just allow the rest of your team members to really kind of penetrate all of the shots through those glue walls as well, through the helmet of your opponents to get those extra eliminations. So you see exactly why that's happening. But of course, match standings, Magic Esports hitting that bar of 27. And they equalize the record of FFSI. Nobody's been able to hit 28 and above just yet, but Magic Esports will be more than happy with this. FW finally back on top. 15 eliminations alongside 8 placement points. This was a good round for FW.
A massive round for FW, right? And they fought through so many teams, 23 points. Very, very good considering that they finished third in this round. More team also able to recover. That was the team that FW was struggling against. Genesis Dogma SF fighting a bit more than they can chew, but still having a decent finish. But this time, Expand, we said that they will struggle on Xterra, and they definitely did struggle. They finished in 11th.
I mean, what I did not expect was for First Raiders to bomb out pretty early, but we can count on them to bounce right back up because I think their confidence stockpile is on overflow at the moment through, obviously holding that #1 position on the overall leaderboard, doing so well consistently. 2 bad rounds in a day isn't gonna phase them, but I hope it stops right there. Genesis Dogma is gonna obviously hold on to the #1 spot. 28 placement points, 37 elims from the day for a total of 65. Close to 20 points over Magic Esports, who have currently 44 in that second spot. Expand down in the third spot now. They've lost that 1 spot because of the abysmal round that they just went through, but hopefully they can bounce right back up. PE Sports with the 4th place with a total of 42, tying up with Morph Team in the 5th place with the exact same number of points, and FW in 6th with a total of 40.
And you look at the bottom, Ego Esports and GRC Aphrodite, tied 9th for 9th with 36. Arena in 11th, but only 1 point behind these guys, so not the worst. Vasto Mundo only getting 15. And I gotta say, First Raiders Eclipse, They are slipping in round 3 and 4. Genesis Dogma SF right now almost have twice the amount of points compared to First Raiders Eclipse. But when you look at the overall picture, it's First Raiders Eclipse second day, right? In comparison, it's GD's first day, so First Raiders, very sure, are still in the first spot overall.
Yeah.
But they gotta buckle out a bit, you can't use all your cushions at once.
Not only are they using up all of the cushions, they hit 0 back-to-back.
Yes.
So that's a little unfortunate for a team that was hailed as the most consistent in FFSI. I guess that title just got revoked. They are no longer the most consistent team because...
I think they still are, right? Off of most of the rounds that they play.
High flight and then back-to-back zeros. Unless, of course, they do change their fate in the next 2 matches. We still have 2 more to go. We've got Bermuda on refresh, which we did see First Raiders do decently well on. And of course, we've got an absolutely random map. If it gets Bermuda once again, there's a high chance First Raiders will hit those high notes yet again.
I know you definitely want to see 3 Bermudas today. We are 1 round away from that. First Raiders Eclipse still has a chance to bring it back. Coming up next is Bermuda. We'll see if they can recover. We'll go for a short break and we'll return for more FreeFire action.
just nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time. Fire.
Can we finally break the record of 27 points at the Fire SEA Invitational? We will find out in match number 5 as we head right back into Bermuda. My name's AJ. I am the Mustachio down here with Husky. We are your casters for the day. And it seems like the teams are trying. And MGE almost hit it. But a couple of memes spoiled it.
It's just one meme.
Couple.
One? What? Find me the second one.
It was multiple memes up on top.
That's one. You can't split it up into multiples.
You can. They're different actions. You see, each and every single emote he pulled out can be classified as a different meme because they all mean something different.
But statistically, it's under one category. Well, we're getting too deep into mathematics. The most important thing is Magic Esports was finally able to put up a better round, right? They got out to a slightly rougher start, but with that booyah, they put themselves in a slightly better position, and now is to keep that gear turning. We're going into Bermuda for round number 5. We mentioned that we're looking for first race Eclipse to see if they can recover from the past 2 rounds.
Yep.
And once more, this is going to sound like a broken record. We're looking at Vasto Mundo, we're looking at E-Arena. They have to bounce back, especially Vasto Mundo, because 4 rounds in a row, they have not been able to do too much. They're 2 decent rounds, but I say decent in a very loosely manner.
I have stopped looking at Vasto Mundo. I'll start looking at them once they start bringing out some solid plays, because every time I look at them expecting something, I just end up looking the other way. But first Raiders, they started off the day really hot on this map. They got the 21 points, they got 12 eliminations and the 9th spot. No booyah, but they were pretty close to it. They did manage to rip away that number 1 spot just through their aggression. So let's see if they can climb back up to their winning ways, because the past 2 rounds, they've given us chicken eggs. 0 on Purgatory, 0 on Alpine, and 0 on Nextera, which is quite shocking for First Raiders.
Oh, it definitely is. You compare that to yesterday, right? They finished one in 5th place and one in 2nd.
Yeah.
So it definitely, showcases a slightly different dynamic. And, today's games were a bit more standard, lesser flashy plays, but a lot more comedic plays. I guess you can't have it all. You either have amazing plays or you have funny plays. And in this case, Liam is going to get caught up by Izagot. That's Ego Esports, the team that denied the tournament record in the previous round. And early grenade launch, oh my goodness, Dian is dealing massive damage to GRC, and that is not good news for the Indonesian squad.
No elimination yet, though. It's gonna be a little unfortunate. 2E's got this spot surrounded by his good response out of the M1887 double barrel. Manages to pop his chest right off. Fires backs away, but Ducklop from the back, manages to find him, puts him down onto the ground. Dian's right back up on his feet as well, which only means the end is almost near for the opponents. Off screen, it looks like GD's doing quite a good work onto MGE. Genesis Dogma already with a single elimination, also looking for Donbu. If they can snuff out MGE early, this is really going to down the spirits of Magic.
Magic East Donbu. What a prediction for Yos.
Where else could he go? He's gonna come through this side. Boom! Gets it. Yos, the absolute magic worker on Magic Esports themselves. Prodede brings Fixer right back. The arena's gonna be playing around a little bit more. Craven says goodbye to everybody else alongside Sa Ming. Gonna be moving on out towards Central. So let's see if or not they can pull away with a couple of more loots here. They don't need to use the vending machine. There is a revival point there. Nobody else around Sentosa to kind of disturb them, so this is all good.
Very long trip also, right? You have to go back onto mainland. You need to kind of plan that route out. There is a lot of time. Well, actually, I say a lot of time, but the circle is already closing in for the first phase. As Gimelo, he's going to be up against Borges. Just trading a couple of pot shots. In this case, Gimelo, he's actually getting pressure a bit more, surprisingly.
Gimelo, Borges has got the Scar in hand. No doubt he's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage because he's the one already the scope in now. It's Gimelo's turn to fire right back. Forces Borges to heal himself right back up. That Mag 7's not going to do much, but a little bit of a campfire can help him heal right back up. Gimelo backs away, uses that opportunity as Borges heals himself. And now with the dip in the incline of this hill, that's going to give Gimelo a little bit of cover. Now he turns around Borges as he continues to pressure him. Good lure wall by Borges and uses Mother Nature. Borges does not want to take this fight.
Very expensive escape though. Uh-oh. Got GRC on the other hand. Left with just one member. It's going to be 18 Deer against Cobra, and Cobra is coming in for the Deer himself. There's a revival point. Cobra, he's going to start capturing it. 18 Deer immediately abandons this area, so this is a big win for Expand. They get to revive the rest of the team.
Axel brings Roy back just as a insurance, and Cobra still goes in for the revival platform to bring Too Fast right back into the mix as well. As he very slow approach towards E Arena. Protete is going to get caught off guard here. 1v2, Protete shows up, and Artemis says, hello, bro. With the double barrel, Protete really low on HP and he goes down. Artemis will walk away the champion all the time with a gameplay like that.
Yeah, and SBTC off to a pretty good start also. 3 eliminations already, but for E-Arena, not too bothered. They're going to revive the rest of the team anyways. But if you are SBTC, you are definitely happy getting these 3 points to start it off. You look at the distribution, right? FW, they have a high tier loot zone to work with. SBTC making a far rotation towards Bullseye, and E-Arena, they are caught out in the open as that rotation was happening. FR actually went to Observatory where SBTC were previously at. And unfortunately for E-Arena, they gotta fight their way out. Orgus is completely trapped. 3 versus 1 in favor of SBTC. Orgus needs a miracle play to get out of this. Only has a UMP in hand.
Osman. Oh, he's
turn the corner, and yeah, he's gone.
Argus should have played the game of patience a tad bit more because I think he would have been able to sneak away. I don't think they spotted him. They did not know he was there. Crusher, on the other hand, manages to claim a quick elimination for himself. A little bit of lag here from the players, but they are going to be able to get into this next circle. SBTC doing fairly well for themselves. Off screen, first Raiders won't be able to find Tyson. And that's only because SBTC is running straight into their compound.
And first Raiders, they are going to have the number Darko. Big flying onto the hand. And SBTC completely had the formation broken. Artemis flushed out by the cluster also. 2 more members left for SBTC as first Raiders Eclipse hunt them down. And this is just disaster for SBTC. First Raiders used this exact launch pad that SBTC put to hunt them down at this area. And SBTC are paying the big price. Just a matter of timing, and first Raiders Eclipse, they're going to take the entirety of their ground floor. And I'm just a bit worried for SBTC right now. Artemis is out on the roof area. And first Raiders, they are going to try and just clean things up. Artemis finds Starco. No finisher just yet. Neo on the ground as well. as Artemis jumps down to the ground floor, but First Raiders Eclipse have the entire team alive. Souza on one side, North and Lozzy coming from the other. Artemis is going to pinsert, he's going to get swung at. Souza and Lozzy brings him down.
Souza, Mac-10 in hand. Lozzy. It's a little bit of a different pace in comparison to yesterday. Don't Cry is about to cry. He's getting run down by 3 players on the side of Genesis. Dogma and Kiki, do you love me? He loves those eliminations for sure. 3 to his name. Genesis Dogma with 6 already. And we are barely at the 10-minute mark.
Oh man, PE out again in 12th place. This is a rougher day for PE Sports.
Yeah.
100%, but for Genesis Dogma, continuing that consistent performance, kind of a replica of First Raiders Eclipse, right? First seed of Indonesia. I expected nothing less from these guys, especially when it is kind of their debut also on FFSI.
I actually expected less from these guys because they scraped through the qualifiers in the 12th spot, all right? It's not like they were blazing through their own circuit. I have no idea how they worked that one-day miracle, but clearly confidence is key when you step into a competition of this level, because look at how far that is carrying them, man. I mean, this is the kind of team that even beat down SES Alfine. SES Alfine themselves.
Oh yeah.
And you know, that was not the case at the group stage. It was all on the grand finals that happened.
And I think this is, you know, a very important moment if you are a GDSF. You know, you're proving your worth. You're proving that you deserve to be on this stage. You know, you're kind of dispelling a lot of the doubts already. And Vasto Mundo, I think they're going on a hunt for GRC. And it's going to be Liam. Can they see him? Oh, not now. I think they're going to try though.
Nunes.
Oh yeah, he sees it for sure.
Nunes. Booms! But Lopez gets the headshot. Leave taken out of the equation. Good travel around. Crusher right up on top. They're going to be working this dam to its limits. First Raiders Eclipse on the other hand. We'll be able to see GRC and Lozzy from the left flank. Does find 18 Deer. For Darkhold to finish him off. No, he doesn't even do that. No melee. Pulls out the shotgun instead. Lozzy does claim that elimination. But they're all just skirting around the outside of this circle. Wasting a lot of time because they know it's not going to hurt all that too much just yet.
Eager Esports, meanwhile, they have a vehicle to work with, but I believe it's Genesis Dogma once more shooting at them. You have 2 teams that you need to worry about. And GD have a very, very good spot to work with. Kiki once more going to work and pending down Eagle Esports. Even have a supply crate to replenish some of that arsenal. And Eagle Esports, they are getting their members knocked. That means you gotta expend more resources to get those revives.
Genesis Dogma playing this really safe. They've got this high ground advantage. They don't need to do much. They're keeping an eye on the correct team here. But the question is, will Morph team come in for the approach? 2E is in a lot of trouble with the way Genesis Dogma is refusing to take their eyes off of them.
You look at the amount of utility that Genesis Dogma has on a single player. One of them has like what? 10 medkits, 11 glue walls. That is a lot of utilities. For GRC on the other hand, thankfully they get to revive the rest of the team, so they're gonna fly down, but if they drop at Riverside, oh no, not at Riverside. Vasto Mundo, this is your chance. Get those free kills, come on.
Time to shine, Vasto Mundo. Circles on Vasto Mundo as well. They don't need to travel. GRC backs away towards them. Vasto Mundo starts to fire little by little. It's going to be Nunes with the AC-80 first. 18 Dia right behind that revival point. Can he take that shot perfectly? AUG in the hands of Lopez. It's going to be Nunes and Crusher as well. Crusher with a power foul. All the good guns on the side of Vasto Mundo, but no line of sight towards GRC.
If you are Vasto Mundo right now, you can consider going in for the rush because members of GRC, they have absolutely nothing. This is one of the few times where the rush is from 2E. Gonna rush right into the compound of Morph team. And they already took down Pew. It's Susanna against the entire gang of Eagles. And that is just not gonna work out. Magic Esports watching this happen.
Wow.
And 2E, they suffered heavy casualties just to get that wipeout. And Izagon, he's not only pincered by Magic Esports, but he's also getting rushed by GD. And Izagon, unfortunately, he's going to meet his end very soon. GD looking for extra points.
MGE just vulturing on all of those players who were doing battle moments ago. 2E, the biggest losers in that. Genesis Dogma rush in to try to play the vulturing gameplay as well, but they don't get much because Magic, they've already gotten their magic dust sprinkled all over this place. Izagod surviving, final player, and he's going to be the distraction for Genesis Dogma, whilst MGE has the potential of rotating in towards Genesis Dogma as well. But it seems like they want to stick towards the center point of the safe zone to spot this next circle, and that's the better decision, that's the better idea, because it's all about the positioning, it's all about the defensive position that you hold on to for this final circle.
A very tense stalemate as well. First Raiders Eclipse doing so much better. That is the kind of bounce back you want to see from a veteran team, right? Great recovery, 7 eliminations so far with 9 teams left. Entering minute number 12. This is kind of the late game stage already. All these teams are still taking it slow and easy. 2E, they still have Izagod left alive. Meanwhile, off screen, you can see that Expand, they are also engaging with First Raiders Eclipse. In the meantime, as GD, they're gonna hold on to this area, but Magic Esports, well, actually SBTC, they're coming right through.
SBTC has an opportunity now to collect one more onto 2E. Izagod isn't gonna be much of a god in a battle like that. First Raiders Eclipse spots out Raz. Raz can't do much. Jumps right back up on top of the dam, and he will get taken right down. And First Raiders claim that Liam on the other side of this dam. And it's just about time before his fate is damned as well in the hands of First Raiders Eclipse. And that's exactly what happens, but it is Nunes that claims that elimination.
Very, very slow round for GRC. SPTC finding themselves a good compound to work with, but they will have to fight right through it for the circle, right? They're actually closer towards the center. FW taking the brunt of the punishment. You gotta go through Magic Esports. You gotta go through SBTC. Gotta go through GD. Kiki with a quad. 10 points so far for GD.
See what SBTC does in a situation like this. Cannot believe that Expand is still alive and kicking here. So silent all the way up until this moment. That's exactly what I wanted from them. It's the final second gameplay coming on through. A double nade pushed on fourth. It's going to be Axel holding the perimeter on the right-hand side with a good flank. X-Roy, Too Fast, Cobra all going up for the push. They are taking on Vasto Mundo first. And in the meantime, SBTC is just going to be standing outside watching exactly everything that goes down. Nade Fan with a God Nade takes out the final player from the side of MGE. First Raiders on the other side is just circling in very so slowly. And these three teams are gonna do battle. Team Expand better finish off Vasto Mundo quickly.
Yeah, Vasto Mundo are taking immense chip damage from all the utilities thrown into the building. You can see the Crusher has no more medkits. This is bad news. You are eating these damage without getting much in return. X-Roy and Too Fast. They're going to hold the ground floor. North to come right through the good cluster from Too Fast. Tagging North just a little bit as Vasto Mundo are getting cleaned up. Too Fast ends up going down as Vasto Mundo, they're going to get wiped out. Expand getting the brunt of all of the knockouts. Big nade off screen again, but Expand is in a good spot. Genesis Dogma SF, a triple nade earlier on that we saw on that kill feed. Wiping out SBTC as they go 14 eliminations as SBTC finishes 5th.
I feel the record breaker coming through from Genesis Dogma.
They have the circle.
This is the round. Expand. They can't do much. 9 fan on the left-hand side.
They gotta move.
Genesis Dogma looking to break that 27 curse on the overall record within FFSI, and it should happen within this round.
Expand needs to move. They have a billboard as a soft cover, but they need to move right now. You can't let the last round repeat itself. They're getting pressured by Genesis Dogma, and that is going to open up space for First Raiders to come in from the side. Exo, the first one to go down. Hope is dwindling. They're starting to put out those glue walls, but Genesis Dogma, they are piling in the damage, and it is just impossible for Expand to run right through. This might as well be the end of Expand's journey in 4th place. A valiant effort, but just not enough. Again, we talk about this. It allows First Raiders Eclipse to make it into the safe zone. If Genesis Dogma wins this round, they're going to break the record. And Borges coming in from the side. First Raiders are getting pincered.
As anticipated as well, First Raiders doing very well on Bermuda. Finding the final circle, they're going to allow Genesis Dogma to do the dirty work first. 16 elimination, make that 17 for the side.
There's a chance.
Genesis Dogma. First Raiders Now finally need to start this fight off against the final squad. And they are the gods of this round. Souza, North down on the ground. It's going to be Darkol. Darkol runs away. And this is that record-breaking round. What a massive round coming through for the gods of Indonesia. Genesis Dogma, your number one seeded squad from Indo, getting the deed done. And the best team to get it done on is your big brothers, First Raiders Eclipse, breaking their consistency streak.
32 points at the end of this round. Genesis Dogma SF debuting for the first time, and what a show they put on. Same consistency as First Raiders Eclipse from day one, but they're doing it even better.
The format of the Indonesian circuit was pretty much similar to FFSI, where you've got a league stage, you've got 18 teams, you put them into battle within groups, they go up against each other. The top 12 can move on into the grand finals. This team was in 12th spot. They scraped through the group stages and they got into the grand finals, where they brought out miraculous plays one after the other to get that number one seed into qualifying for FFSI. And they are making sure they prove to everybody that was no luck whatsoever. Yours was a superstar from the start with his anticipation of all of the movements of the opponents, and he was a superstar all the way down to the end. Well-deserved MVP.
If you do it once in a blue moon, it's called a miracle. But if you do it consistently, that is skill. Genesis Dogma have 100% made a statement. I think by the end of the day, a lot of teams would pay more attention to the first seed of Indonesia. And Indonesia as a region, right? The region as a whole has been the most consistent region so far on the international stage. If you look at the average, you compare it to Thailand, compare it to Vietnam, MCPS, and every other regions, you know, EU, MIA, even the region of Taiwan, Indonesia has the best average finish out of all four teams in every single round.
I cannot take that away from Indonesia. And this is the debut of Genesis Dogma in the FreeFire SEA Invitational. And what a debut it's turning out to be. And I have to say that they single-handedly outdid First Raiders. And no matter how good First Raiders looked yesterday against Genesis Dogma, they did not stand a chance. The players were dropping like flies.
Yeah, this is a one-up from yesterday. The bar keeps getting higher and higher, AJ. We say that yesterday felt like a grand finals, right? Evo's Phoenix had their Evo's Phoenix moment. First Raiders Eclipse were just bulldozing through every single round. You know, their worst round was in 5th place. Today, you see Genesis Dogma SF putting out the exact same results and even doing it better. Now they hold the record for the highest point per round in FFSI, 32 points.
They break the record. They continue to hold on to that number one spot overall within their debut day. And they are having that exact same breakout round as First Raiders Eclipse. And I hope they don't follow in the footsteps of First Raiders Eclipse when we move on into day number 3. I want them to keep it up because First Raiders themselves are struggling to keep up with their own performance from day one.
And by the end of the day, there's one thing I want to look at from Genesis Dogma SF. Is their one day worth of play enough to surpass what First Raiders Eclipse achieved? First Raiders Eclipse set the record 102 points. By the end of day one, I think Genesis Dogma SF are getting there. MVP, yours for sure. 4,000 damage. 10 eliminations. This guy had a monstrous game.
I think Genesis Dogma is going to be able to outdo First Raiders one day stats if they can finish in the top 3 of this next match. Because they are already, they were at 65 points earlier.
Oh yeah?
65 plus 32, that's 97.
I think they have done it. Unless they bomb out first.
Yeah,
but I think they've done it.
Get taken out in the 12th spot later on, which is still a high probability. I mean, this is FFSI at the end of the day. We have got top level teams all around this battlefield, so it's not going to be as easy. But look at Yosef, man. 3,998 on the damage, 10 eliminations. He was an absolute grenadier all throughout.
The craziest part is that you don't even see most of these eliminations, right? Because it felt like Genesis Dogma, they were playing together as a massive squad, but you have one breakout player, and this is one of the few times we see a team comp with 4 different main characters. You have a Steffi, you have a Skylar, A124, and a Chrono. Normally it's double Steffi, A124 and Skylar, but this one is a mixed bag of everything.
And they were not going, I mean, if you look at this setup, it's very much defensive based and one set up to respond to the aggression of others. But even that being said, they got a massive number of eliminations out there on the battlefield. That only goes to say that the other teams were not being as aggressive when it came to this round within Bermuda, which is a little bit of a surprise.
And by the way, this is I think the first time we see at FFSI that a team only runs one Awakened Alvaro. Normally you have 2 or 3, so you see massive clusters.
Yeah.
In this case, the split blitz, I think that they call it. But only yours is running that Alvaro. This is, a different approach.
Yeah.
Means that only one guy has clusters, but overall, I think the defensive setup is exactly what they were going for. When you hunker down in a compound, you have the Capella to heal you back up, to increase the efficiency of your med kits. You have A124 to stop kill. You have Chrono on top of that. You have Beef to block damage. You have Luna to allow you to rush into the enemy. But I would say yours, even though with a kind of a defensive setup, he still was able to dish out massive damage. That is impressive.
It most definitely is defensive. I wouldn't call this a super defensive layout though, because like you mentioned, Alvaro, Beastin, and he was most of the time throwing out those nades. That AC-80 was his weapon of choice, but he barely used that, right? I think a majority of his eliminations came through all of those grenades. We were seeing a massive number of them off screen, right? We just saw nade after nade after nade, and I totally forgot exactly which team was eating all of those nades, but I think he almost got a full squad wipe just with that.
I remember seeing that as well. This is the second time we had a big nade kill off screen, and that means one thing. That means that these teams are really getting a hang of it, of the nade. We saw that from EVO's Phoenix yesterday onto Farang, and today we're seeing more of it, but just off screen. I think we're gonna see more. It's only day 2.
Yeah.
There's so much more rounds to come. And for Genesis Dogma, I think they've made a strong enough statement on their debut already. And you gotta watch out for the region.
Third time's the charm. Third time we will see it on
We will see it.
We will most definitely see it on screen. But of course, great plays coming through from Genesis Dogma. Did not expect this sort of a breakout round from them. If you thought First Raiders were amazing yesterday, Genesis Dogma just became the top dogs of the competition.
Oh yes.
But hey, they don't need to deal with EVO's Phoenix, bro.
They don't need to deal with EVO's Phoenix yet. We will have that tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
But they are still dealing with 4 out of 6 consistent teams from Group B. I think it's already a pretty high bar, right? You get a feel of what they are able to achieve. I think if this is what they are putting on the table against the B and C matchup, I think they will do pretty well against EVO's Phoenix.
I wouldn't say that just yet because it is EVO's Phoenix. AC-80, number one. RGS-50, your second most used gun out there on the battlefield for obvious reasons. Everybody loves the explosive power of the gun. M1887 as well. If you want to pick up a shotgun in the current meta, this most definitely is a suitable one for you. But match standings from this game, 20 eliminations, 12 points for a massive 32 record-breaking run coming through from the first-seeded squad out of Indonesia.
Arena, man. 0 points again. My God.
My goodness. Even Master Mundo is now getting points.
Hey, to be fair, okay? To be fair. Master Mundo is still dead last. But if we are, comparing, if we are farming shame, then obviously there are 2 teams that really take the cake. But I would say PE Sports and Morph Team, they also have a very rough round.
Yeah.
Then GRC Aphrodite having a rougher round this time overall. And Expand once more playing slow. 7 points, all from placements.
And nothing from elimination.
Oh yeah, nothing.
Even GRC and PE Sports had 1 each. And they kind of clunked out a little bit earlier. Expand does slightly better than them, but just purely through a game of survival. A little disappointing, but look at First Raiders Eclipse. They keep that pressure up. 12 points out of eliminations, 9 from placements. They're not going to be complaining at all. 97 total points from Genesis Dogma. First Raiders only afford 58 today. One more good run from Genesis Dogma, they will break the record of First Raiders.
39 points difference between first and second place.
Yeah.
That is incredible from Genesis Dogma SF. To be fair, First Raiders Eclipse did have 2 underwhelming rounds, but my goodness, this is one of the biggest lead we had in a single day. Of course, the rest of the leaderboard, SPTC, I'm happy to see them recover. Magic Esports as well, making it into top 5. Expand holding 6th spot, not the worst. Eagle Esports also. I think most of the teams had decent had an average distribution of good rounds and underwhelming rounds. Aside from Vastamundo, I think they are having the worst day of all.
I mean, let's give them a break. Let's just focus on the top of the leaderboard for the time being, because I think they are already nearly punching each other already at this point. FWE Sports, though, they have been able to maintain that consistency from day 1 into day 2. Really love that. But now, randomizer to see exactly where we go for to the next map. If First Raiders Eclipse get... Oh, it's going to be Nextera. This is going to be a GG. If you are First Raiders Eclipse, this is where they absolutely bombed out. And if you're Magic Esports, the luck has come back your way. You can go guns blazing yet again.
That's what I want to... That's what I said yesterday, right? I want to see Nextera just because I think it's a good second chance to see how these teams adapt to... not just to the map, but to the competition. I think it's, even though this map has, we had a few months to go through it. Every single region had their own league to play Nextera on a fair playing field. But on the regional stage, this is the first time that they meet each other. So you kind of need to give them a bit more to kind of flesh out who is the most proficient and consistent on the map. And I'm glad we have that.
And teams just need to realize by this moment that whenever you go into Nextera, resource will be depleted before you get into that final circle if you're wasteful. And you need a lot of resources in that final circle because of how annoyingly solid this map is. You're going to have a lot of survivors, which means you're going to have a lot of utilities used within that final circle. We saw exactly what happened to Vastamundo. They barely could survive because ice grenade after ice grenade after ice grenade found them, and they ran out of med kits. But let's see if or not we will be able to see a little bit of saves this time around. A quick short break and the final round comes to you in a bit.
Thứ duy nhất mà SE sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại SE. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. Overtime.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi phải bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Evox Point ở FFSI.
Súng tỉa của mình có gắn 5 châm, bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cân cả team các bạn.
SE sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games. Play games.
Thứ duy nhất mà SE sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại SE. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. Overtime.
On track, now we gon' way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi phải bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Evox Point ở FFSI.
Xuống tiền của mình cố gắng 5 châm. Bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cân cả team các bạn.
I'ma let you hear 'em just to prove you wrong. Way up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
SE sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me
This is the final round of the FreeFire SEA Invitationals for the second day of the group stage. And we got a big victory, AJ. We're going back to next era. Just what the doctor ordered, well, just what I ordered, and I'm glad that...
Are you the doctor?
I wanted to be one. You know, you look at my family background. Doctor has always been the first choice. My mom said I could be anyone I want, so I became a shoutcaster.
Okay,
And
fair
you thought I
enough.
want to be a disappointment, right?
Good mom, good mom.
Good
It's
mom.
okay. You're not a disappointment. I mean, look, you're on TV.
I'm on TV. I was on national TV for 2 years straight, and I didn't know that.
How unfortunate.
How unfortunate.
Thank goodness you didn't become a doctor then. Attention span needs a little bit of work. But at the end of the day, we're going to go back into next era. This is a chaotic map for sure, especially towards the final circle. But you can expect things to be a little slow. But I don't want things to be a little slow.
It's been a slow day.
I want hot drops. I want crazy action. I want another record-breaking round just so I can end the day with a big smile. Because I'm sorry, but day one set the benchmark for me. Yesterday was really fun. And today has just been a little bit of a methodical approach from a lot of these teams.
And that's what we talked about at the start of the show, right? Day one set such a high bar. To clear that or to match that, right? Just to match it is not going to be easy. We both took espresso shots for this.
Yeah.
And we need to cash out on this last
Double
round.
shots, bro.
You took double shots?
Yeah.
My goodness. You're a machine, AJ.
I mean, even after taking the double shot, if I yawned a couple of times, you know the teams need to step up the pace, all right? Next Terra.
Hopefully they do so.
I will throw a fit.
Honestly, Nextera is the worst map to expect that to happen.
You never know, man. Maybe 3 teams are going to look for the blue circle at Farmtopia, and I'm going to have a little bit of fun. Come on, teams. Give me a little bit of fun. Expand very early out of the flight, and I believe they are going to be moving straight towards Decker Square. Let's see if not P Esports is going to be jumping on out as well, and Expand just changes their mind. Mud side is going to be exactly where they drop.
It's the same drop from last time. P Esports, though, they are going to split up just a little bit. Contrary to the first Nextera round we saw, FW also splitting out a bit more at Zipway.
Two teams.
So the only Expand sitting at Mud side. We get 2 teams at the high tier loot zone. 2E and GRC, Aphrodite once more. Last time, I think GRC were the one that got the advantage.
Yeah.
E-Arena, though, they have just lost Fixer. A lot of early fights. I mean, Magic Esports, they're gonna take on FR, and Saming, he is already gone. North getting traded back by Donbu. FR coming in to try to help out. Wasana is there with his friends as well. We've seen the triple homers before. And a swing from Craven. Getting the exchange, and they win! Oh my goodness, FR, what has happened?
I did not expect that one. First Raiders. Oh well, you got your day of highlights yesterday, and I guess today is just everybody else's day except yours. GRC. It looks like they're not going to be tickled in here at all. And FW is dropping by to say hello. Gemello. Fire's response. It looks like Raz has got that Woodpecker early. Gemello's going to be in a lot of trouble. Two players aiming down. Their crosshairs try to get Gemello out of that equation. Ice grenade. He doesn't know the guy moved.
That toss, though. That was such a... Like, he didn't even hesitate. It's a good name. Just clear out the area just in case. Raz gonna push on forward. Gemello is gonna review himself. Catching the timing as well. Onto Raz. Was unable to respond to that.
Smart one.
But didn't get any knockdown, so... Gemello, he will have to fight this 1 versus 3. The ice grenade just a little bit off the mark. They will now try to push him. Time turner even used by Fires. Gemello is gonna get knocked down. So, now GRC Aphrodite getting the first point of the round.
Great backup coming through. GRC. 2E on the other hand. It is gonna be a good push here from 2E if they can wait for that backup from Izagor as well as Duck Club. Duck Club has got that high ground advantage. Nobody in his crosshairs though. Does manage to spot out one player. That grenade does not connect. And therefore no advantage to 2E just yet.
They also don't see Liam, who was on the other side of Farmtopia, kind of playing flank watch, so holding a crucial point, crucial anchor for GRC. The good news for 2E is that they get majority, actually they get the entire high tier loot zone. And again, Liam, he will be holding a very important spot, but unfortunately no one from 2E is going to be in this line of sight.
It's a really slow one coming through from GRC.
Alright, so the worst match to expect fast plays. SBTC losing Artemis to start things off, gonna get pushed by E-Arena, and having that glue wall getting knocked down. E-Arena finding 2, Limit getting one of it, Tyson on the run. I mean, SBTC are very split up.
Cobra brings Axel right back into the mix. Good on Expand, but finally the battle starts between GRC as well as 2E. Once again, 2E, their players a little bit too far away from each other. That gives the opening to GRC. First player taken out of the equation already. Griofnai on the Travelator, just moving back and forth here. And Darklove might be able to spot him out. Fires shots received, but no elimination just of yet. Griofnai back and forth, and I think 18D is just waiting for him to show up. Griofnai, nade, double nade, tags them up and forces them away from the door. Sends 2 more nades and chips at D as well. Griofnai, and he needs to wait for the Travelator to move right back again.
Is he done with it? Yeah, he's done with it. He's done.
He's setting an empty one right. It is like, shoot at that.
Yeah, he's gonna change, you know, it's like those movies, those factory fights. After all of that, they only lost 1 guy. And decide to move away from Farmtopia. I think they've had enough. Well, at least for one of them, right? At the end, it's gonna take the haystack. Darklove. Still holding. I think you can still hold on to the roof. You want that bird's eye view. But actually, he's not holding on to the roof.
Fall. FW going up against GRC since the start of the match. And FW finally deciding, okay, enough's enough. We're wasting too many bullets here. Let's back away. A lot of the area that they can cover now because GRC is a little bit busy trying to hunt down 2E, who's just a little too slippery. Yan finds Liam. Mac-10 does go ahead and provide that elimination.
Darklove is being a nuisance also. Russ can't get rid of him. They just revived Fires, and now with Liam going down GRC, they're just losing numbers. Darklove getting pushed by Fires, who came back, grabbed a weapon, and instantly went on the offense. Potato leading EA against Expand. Well, fix the leading EA. Potato getting knocked down. Brought back up in an instant. Both teams tanking the blue, but of course Expand has the inner control. But they gotta push through him. Cobra holding the second floor. The rest of Expand, they now know that there's a member of EA who are trying to keep them in the blue. But Expand, if they can push through the limit, they are gonna be able to get into the circle.
Look at this flank from Argus on the left-hand side. High ground advantage. He's got the Mac 10 in hand. The jump pad used too fast. He exits the perimeter and Ming out of nowhere. GRC, MGE flew into Farmtopia and they're taking over, baby.
And they have 5 eliminations, 5 elims already. GRC again getting into revives. Still able to make it up 4 now, but they're losing resources, right? These chip damage, they're starting to hurt a little bit. Fire's getting shot in the back. And with that, 2E, they're not going to be in this conversation anymore. GRC, with good discipline, good coordination, they are able to slowly extract the rest of the members. While that was happening, SPTC got wiped by Expand.
Well, it's just one elimination. They happened to find one guy. As they were rotating around, they're like, oh, hello there. Take them out of the equation instantaneously just through that one. And now Expand is just in the clear. Nobody in or around their vicinity. Revival platform all open for the use, just to bring one guy right back into the play.
The entirety of 2E brought back as well. I think they dropped near Graph Lab. Coincidentally, it's an area near the circle, and there's not occupied. I say it's not occupied, but more team, they are going for 2E as they did saw them drop down. Izagar trying to run away, but that truck didn't even move 10 miles as the Morph team dispatches 2E. A good attempt, it's just unlucky.
Eagle Esports, not as lucky as they were in a couple of matches ago. Morph team, good spot. Vehicles too soft to travel around. And it is gonna be Genesis Dogma looking for that record breaker. All they need is 5 points to match up, 6 points to break the record of First Raiders in one solid day of play.
So First Raiders holds 102 points out of 1 day of 6 rounds. And that is a day of just consistency, right? Which Genesis Dogma has replicated. And they are set to overtake, even just by placement points.
Yeah.
They survive 2 more placements, and they will basically tie up with First Raiders by the end of today. GD, they are exchanging, some shots with PE. Not too much is taken. GD did lose 1 member. Kiki and Borges out in the open. Wow, in the front lines.
I think trouble's looming, PE. Can they stop the record-breaking Genesis Dogma? 1 record has been broken already, with the highest number of points grabbed within 1 match. And the highest number of points within a day of play. Genesis Dogma going for 2 records in a day. Come on. You can't beat that, man.
They just lost 1 member, so the nearest vending machine is pretty dangerous for them to head towards.
Yeah.
There's no safe point for GD to kind of go for, so they will have to play with 3 members.
And it's
for
3 big... Oh, the circle looks for Genesis. Talk about some good luck.
And look at Expand. They just dropped in with the launchpad towards PE. They got to take this fight. Hongang is going to be the first line of defense for PE. Backup coming in very, very fast. Extra having the double revolvers of all guns. Cluster coming through. Extra was someone bouncing over Extra, but Hongang. Again, the first line of defense, getting that initial knock, and Axel, he's gonna intercept 2 members of PE. Good glue walls to keep them away. Cobra now joining in against Don't Cry. Loses against Don't Cry. Extra can't help him in time. They gotta get rid of Don't Cry, and they do. Extra trying to bring Cobra back up, but he's getting pushed by 2 members of PE. Exo and Too Fast. Last 2 men arrive. What? Double revolver. Exo overdoing it. 3. 1 versus 1. Too Fast again. Can he keep expanding the game? Gets the revive onto Exo, going for Roy. They're getting the numbers back in their favor. Hongang could not withstand expand, and they keep going.
And Cobra's right back up on his feet. What a play by Expand. And this is what I'm talking about. Bring that aggression out, because you can do it. Don't sneak around the battlefield playing for placement points, because that's not exactly what the brand is all about. Morph team, 6 eliminations already. GRC ever so slowly storming their compound, but not with manpower. Just a single guy in the name of Liam. Liam finds Ambot. Ambot backs away. Susanna from the back and finds Liam, puts him onto the ground, and that's gonna be an easy elimination point.
Yeah, the Riptide Rhythm just in time as well. Breaks the glue wall instantly. You follow up with a grenade launcher with the RGS-50. It's easy kills for Morph Team GRC. Having a rough round. Both of their members are very far apart. Meanwhile, E-Arena needs to push through FW.
Good reposition earlier on as well from Expand because they moved very close towards the circle. And now they're going to be one of those that challenges the team of Genesis Dogma a little bit later on. Let's see how they play their timing. Argus, grenade launcher. He can do the whole of MGE in. One quick pop. Argus does not get the smash just yet.
Nade.
Charges up yet another nade. Glue wall melters need to be popped out if he wants to get all of those nades to connect. Boon James, on the other hand, finds Protede. Protede out of the equation. This is not the kind of time you want to be losing players, but E-Arena does have the vending machine. Protede is going to be bought right back.
Yeah, they are fighting two fights at once, so this is not going to be an easy one for E-Arena. With that being said, they're actually holding on pretty well. Punjin goes down thanks to Donbu of our teams. Magic Esports wants to stick their foot in this. E-Arena having the whole team brought back. Fix and Protede back to life. Lemon with a crazy shot onto Luca. Clusters thrown onto the loop as well. I mean, E-Arena, they're holding on so well. Orgus supporting from afar with all these nades. None of them are landing though. He only has one more left. And just like that, E-Arena, full team back online and they have space to breathe.
Finally, an exciting fight to wake me up. Donbu circles around. MGE wants yet another booyah for themselves. This time they meet the team of Vasto Mundo. Slow pass meets one. Wasana backs away. Donbu says hi, but unfortunately he will have a little bit of backup to go up against. And GD gets taken out in the 8th spot. Kiki, the final survivor. Long shot puts an end to them. E-Arena, on the other hand, with the 6 eliminations, they circle around. But this time, Vasto Mundo seems to be standing their ground.
Kimelo actually, he takes Protede out and survives, but not for long. Orgus gets the revenge.
There you go.
Only losing one member after all of that. This is an extremely good hold, but look at this. Expand nade into Magic Esports. Wasana trying to bring his teammates back up and also clear out that compound, which they managed to do so. Expando having 7 eliminations themselves, they are holding on very well.
And at this point is where Expand needs to slow the pace down, find a good defensive position and stay put. Let the rest do the battle as they reposition.
Not a shot.
Take down one by one. E-Limit taken out too fast. So the back-to-back Rosa will go ahead to deliver. Argus tries to recover and he does have Fixer in his crosshairs as well. Too fast is not going to get over excited, but one more player from the side of Expand outside of this next circle. He needs to start moving right now.
And that's Axel, right? This is the role he plays really well. Gives info. He doesn't mind being the last one to go into the circle. Wasana dropping low. Magic Esports still standing. They have Orgus in the side. Saming going for the shot. Finds him. EA out as the Axel gets eliminated. But that is what they need to stay alive in this game. 4 more teams left. Expand is one of them.
Nah, that was a waste of life coming through from Axel. He could have moved. Not much of information from the top floor. But thankfully, they did manage to trade that life right back. Roy does manage to get that elimination, and now they take on MGE. This is a big fight coming through from Expand, and everybody from the side of MGE already barricaded up inside of this compound. Those glue walls blocking, and all of the glue walls melted out of Expand now. 9 eliminations, and soon they will be able to meet MGE. And look at all of those ice grenades tossed around the perimeter to make sure MGE does not get too excited. And out of nowhere, here comes the boys as well from Morph Team.
They gotta speed up because Morph Team can come to intercept. They took out Saming. Donbu does have a grenade launcher and an Uzi in hand as well. Wasana goes down.
Whoa.
Expand. They have no time to recover. They get rid of Magic Esports, but now 3v4. Morph Team coming in to try and swoop the 3rd booyah of FFSI. Cobra instantly gets blasted. X-Roy goes down. Morph Team taking advantage of this complete chaos. And they are looking to put the 3rd booyah on the table. And Morph Team does it again, AJ.
What a play by Morph. Indonesians just absolutely demolishing the SEA Invitational lobbies. First, it was the one and only First Raiders, and then it was Genesis Dogma and Morph Team now getting their own limelight. And what a well-deserved MVP for Susanna. This was just an absolute solid round coming through from Morph Team. Expand had a good run as well, but the question still is whether or not Genesis Dogma managed to beat the record of First Raiders Eclipse.
Could be a tie, could be 1 point lesser, but one thing is for sure, they've broken the 100-point mark. And that itself, to me, is impressive enough.
It is. It is.
But I mean, Morph Team, 3 booyahs already out of 12 rounds. What more can we ask for?
But you know what? We always say, not they, we always say, booyahs do not mean you win the championship, man. Morph team really needs to hustle with the consistency. But once in a while, booyah is not going to be enough. They need to emulate what their brothers in Genesis Dogma as well as First Raiders have been able to do. Get into that final circle, play all of the points you're capable of playing. But at the very start of this match, I'm very glad that this was a much better pace of a game, even though we were brought into Nexterra.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot more active plays, expand, being able to take initiatives, right? I think the one switch that always flips for expand to take initiative is when they're really pushed into a corner, right? The blue zone is what motivates them. But you can see when they make these moves, it works out, right? They took revenge on PE Sports. They made it into top 2. And of course, Morph team took advantage of that. But that is such a good finish for Expand.
Well, at the end of the day, Expand, they showed or they proved that the theory of them taking an aggressive move in towards the final circle isn't a bad idea. Playing passive, on the other hand, is a terrible idea because even though you do sneak into that final circle, you're not really making your way up that leaderboard all that too much. And they can handle some of these big gunfights. I mean, they sorted out so many big teams on the way in there.
And, the last fight was by no means easy, right? You have to get rid of Magic Esports while Morph team was slowly inching closer and no time to recover. So losing out that round, I think is completely acceptable. Expand has done their part. But we have to talk about Morph team. The team that got the first team to reach 3 booyahs in this group stage. Susanna once more as the MVP. Another high kill count round. By the way, it's what? My mathematics is checking out. 16 eliminations, so 28 points.
They, I mean, first of all, they could have broken the record if they had done this earlier, but unfortunately, it was only after Genesis Dogma hit that massive round for themselves. So, too bad, but at least 3 booyahs. They'll walk away with that one.
Top 3 record held by all Indonesian teams.
Yeah.
Plus Evo's Phoenix.
Plus Evo's
32, 28, 27. The 4th one is 26. I'm cool with it.
I'm most definitely cool with this. But let's see what EVOS Phoenix has to say about all of these records set by Indonesia tomorrow. When they're right back in for play here. But Morph team, look at how efficient this squad was, right? 2,000 damage from Susanna, 3 eliminations, 1597 out of Ma'al, 4 eliminations, 5 eliminations for Pew with 1,308. So efficient, but it also shows that they were preying on the eliminations or the knockdowns of other teams as well.
And we talked about how it's one of the few teams that runs a very, very, in this case, quite defensive formation, right? Double Steffi, the Skylar, the A124. We've gone through the team comps, the archetype many times already. But for Morph team, this is a game where all the eliminations are spread out in equal balance. And I would say that they had a very solid run because they are taking advantage of all of these situations. All of this urban warfare does give you an advantage if you're able to identify which one to stick your foot in.
And of course, Morph team did play their positioning really well as well. Not really getting into the heat of battle consistently, but making sure the positioning was open enough so that their snipers have got that good line of sight to steal away all of these points. All of those knockdowns taken by the other teams just claimed as elimination points by Morph team. And I think that's a super efficient way to climb up the leaderboard. And no surprise here whatsoever with the AC-80 being that weapon in the hands of Susanna.
And it's a round where I think for Morph team, even though we didn't get to see too much of them on screen or in action, but behind the scenes, they are winning these fights systematically. And the best thing about them is that not much teams were able to get close to them, right? They always were able to keep their distance, get these long shots, and when you have Otto, when you're Moko, you're constantly relaying information to the rest of your team. And even though you're running a setup like this, they always make sure that they have a grenadier in their hands. Though in this game, there's not too much grenades used by Morph team though. It's primarily just finding opportunities to voucher.
And of course, at the end of the day, it's a team effort, as we always say. And Susanna could have not done this without the support of the rest of his team members. And you see the kind of structure that Morph team has whenever they move on into any of those compounds, any of those engagements, always sticking close together, not really spreading out, not really playing the method of Expand or EVOS Phoenix, but really relying on each other's backup because they're anticipating to get knocked down onto the ground, and that's exactly where they spring into action, backing each other up by picking each other up off of the ground. AC-80, the number one weapon used, just as what you saw in the hands of Susanna. RGS-50, the second, as well as the M82B. Today, the snipers have been really popular.
Oh yeah, I think this would be a trend for majority of the league.
Yeah.
Long range. Again, information is such a key thing. I think, FreeFire has evolved. This Battle Royale is all about information, but FreeFire allows you to gather intel in multiple ways. And you can see that all these long-range fights are very beneficial just because of the plethora of characters that we have. Because the RGS-50 in tight situations always is a good weapon when there are a lot of glue walls you need to blow through and you have enemies chasing you from choke points. But overall, I think AC-80 will remain top one for the rest of FFSI.
Yeah, I mean, AC-80 is such a flexible weapon. RGS-50, yes, it's high-powered, but low rate of fire. So in a heated battle, when you've got multiple opponents in front of you without the glue wall backup and the rest of your team members, yeah, you're going to be toasted, man. I mean, as powerful as that weapon is, you're not going to be able to do much. But 28 points for Morph team here is a solid run alongside that Booyah. But Expand stepping things up once again. Good to see them rise up to the occasion to prove that they can get those eliminations. And when you believe, you just get the job done. 11 eliminations, 9 placement points for a total of 20. Magic Esports just 1 point below them. 11 on the elims, 8 on the placement points. And E-Arena going back to climbing up the leaderboard here with a 7-5 combo.
Not going to complain too much. E-Arena, at least you have a slightly better average performance than yesterday.
Yeah.
So still a lot of work to do. But E-Arena, they're done for the week, right? So they have some time to prepare for the second week of the group stage, and that's where they really need to bounce back. GRC Aphrodite, not too shabby. FW, slower day, but overall, for 12 rounds of play, I think FW have also staked their name on the leaderboard. Pasto Mundo, what else do I need to say? They are down in the dumps.
I mean, little by little, they are climbing up, but we just need to see more consistency from them. And this is the overall standings, comparing all of the teams together now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, including Group A, who was not in play today. First Raiders Eclipse maintains that number one spot, but they have had 2 days of play. FW Esports as well as Morph Team, the same goes for them. 143 points and 134 consecutively. P Esports up top with the 109. Genesis Dogma with a single day of play have already caught up with that 5th spot, and they have done even better than EVOS Phoenix did yesterday.
Once more, when you look at the top 5, 3 of the teams from the regions of Indonesia, only GRC Aphrodite is having a rougher one.
And that answers our question. Genesis Dogma does not break the record.
But they still hit 100, right? We say that is the benchmark we're looking for. They have hit just the the critical mass threshold. But you look at First Raiders Eclipse. Yesterday they got 102. Today they only got 58 points. Well, 58 points.
Yeah.
So kind of almost half of what they got yesterday. A slower day for them. So today's performing team, no doubt, Genesis Dogma SF, you have Morph Team, and you have Magic Esports. At least you have the Group C teams on the board.
I mean, at least you have Thailand on the board. If not, this is just going to be an all-out Indonesian run, man. Thank goodness First Raiders were not having a good day today, because you would see top 3 teams all from Indonesia.
If there's one thing we learned today is that the region of Indonesia is catching up very, very quickly. Again, if we compare region by region, I think ID is the most solid right now.
Yeah.
People will say, well, you are missing out EVOS Phoenix, but you're comparing 1 team to 4. I would take 4 teams any day.
I mean, the players may be playing out of Bangkok, Thailand, but I think the Indonesians brought some very good nasi padang for them. And probably their mouths are on fire right now. Even though the Thais do love their spice, I don't know if they can handle this nasi dagang.
I mean, Indonesian spice are on another level. I tried bakso. I didn't expect it to be filled with green chili. And you know what happened?
I really love Indonesian food.
I love it.
The spice, the sourness that they throw into all of their spicy dishes. The plethora of flavors within the dishes is akin to the plethora of skills that you see the teams bringing out there on the battlefield.
Easiest way to say is that can you handle the heat that Indonesia brings to the competition? Well, thankfully, for some of the Group C peeps, they get to have a breath of relief, right? Because First Raiders, they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They have a different team they got to deal with, EVOS Phoenix. But, you know, it's Group A, EVOS Phoenix is the biggest threat out of all the teams that we have. Compared to Group B that has 4 out of 6 solid teams, I think you would take that ratio any day. But with that being said, I think you still cannot let your guard down. Because Group A, you have Alpha, you have LGDS, who are performing pretty well on average. That is the story for tomorrow. That's the end of day number 2. We will see you guys same time tomorrow between Group A and Group C. With that being said, good night.
Thank you, Garmin.
Thank you, Garmin.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm that